Hello, and welcome to Two Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard Discord server and YouTube channel. So, we're going to jump right into this because there's a lot going on today. Um, the group had, after spending a little bit of time in Port Oris, playing around and checking out some information, decided to go and try to hunt down the goblins that had worked previously with Wraith and his allies, to get some information about them and maybe find out what they're up to, what's going on. So, with the agreement to meet up with Dolus Noram, the proprietor and a person in charge of the Eldritch Arena in Port Oris, he agreed to teleport them to the village of Greenhoof, which is one of the places they suspected that the goblins were currently located at. He was able to do so after a fun little battle between Graham and Sora in the ring there, duking it out with little clockwork automatons, um, which I believe Sora emerged victorious in that up there. Yes. Upon reaching Greenhoof, they discovered an interesting fact about the population. First off, that they have an interesting an interesting breed of horses that are located there. That a long-standing tradition that this village raised these horses, and that the village also the population had a surprising amount of people that have of Orcish descent. So. Um, The group then discovered that yes, the goblins had been spotted at least once or a couple times, maybe recently, and where the lighthouse they suspected they were at. Going and confronting the goblins, they met up with Ilsley and the couple goblins there, along with a human mage of sorts that was there with them as well. And one of the goblins also turned out to be Mesm, the person they bet way, way back in the museum, the goblin that had been captured and taken and turned over to the authorities in Port Oris. Had met up with and with this group here. After finding out information about them, about Koresh and about what they were doing, the party decided to let them go about their business and head home, as was their intent. Finding out that they had not been in contact with Koresh, at least not really anytime recently, and had no plans to meet up with him. Their intent was to go home. So the party went back to the village of Greenhoof as the sun was setting and determined what they're going to be doing next. So, what are you doing next? As it is, you can easily get accommodations there to spend the night, or you can pop off somewhere else and go wherever you'd like. You have the capability to do so.
I think we should teleport back to Port Oris and sleep there so that Lucas has all his spells tomorrow, rather than teleporting there tomorrow and being the spell down. But I would like to go and get Sora some fish while we're in Greenhoof. As
Not
we
a
did
problem.
promise.
Yes, they quite the assortment. Yeah, it's not hard to get a good amount of fish, as it is at least primarily a fishing village. They definitely are able to sell you a wide variety of fish, ocean-based fish, things like that.
Cool.
Yeah, so you can definitely hand over a pile of fish for your friend.
Nice.
So, anything else you want to do before you're there, or is Lucas going to fire up the teleportation circle?
Can I get a piece of green hoof
You mean just
in order
uh,
to teleport back?
a trinket of some kind? Yes, it wouldn't be hard. Effectively, you can get sort of because they're selling and trading all kinds of like homemade goods and everything else. So it's not hard to get some sort of little trinket or something else, whatever you want to find. They have the different little carvings, figurines, some interesting, uh, actually something probably more along the lines that you would like. They do sell these interesting little clay fired drums that have fish skin heads. Um, very, and they have like little shell overlay on the side there. Essentially a Doombeck style drum, little hand drum, kind of a little hourglass shape with a round head and fish skin heads. And it is made from local fish and shells that have been caught and collected and fired a little clay fired drum.
Yeah, I will get one of them.
Probably cost you about 2 gold if you wanted. That's essentially
Yeah.
is a handmade one there. It's not huge. It's not a full size measure, but it's probably about maybe a foot tall, about 8 inches or so across in diameter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you can tuck that away and have something made from the made by the populace here.
Cool.
Okay. Anything else you want to grab while you're here, or just pop back to Port Orth?
I'm
Is
good to
there
go
anything
back.
else we need?
Okay. So you are able to essentially sending ahead. You're able to.
Yeah.
I mean, Port Orth is the one place you know that if you don't send ahead, it won't work. It'll just
Yeah.
fail. So yeah, they basically give you the all clear, and you guys pop on back to the Ivory Lyceum there, showing up in the teleportation circle room in the tower. As it is nighttime, it is evening. The sun has gone down at this point there. It's very, it's a much, you're not often in the Lyceum too much after dark. So it's weird because it's sort of a bare bones, there's not many people around. There's obviously security folks there, but you don't see a lot of students running around. You don't see a lot of professors and other people doing stuff around. So as you progress through the place, there's very few people inside. It is strangely quiet, in fact. But as soon as you emerge onto the street, it's a all different story here. It is one of the last nights Wellfest at this point here, and so the party has I wouldn't say like kicked up to a higher degree, but it's definitely still in full swing as folks here are doing stuff. Anything you want to do specifically back in town here, or is the plan to just rest?
I don't have anything in Port Oris other than what I had
Yes,
whispered to you earlier.
and you can stop there probably tomorrow at some point. As they're not really like doing a lot of sales and such right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's be good. Yeah. So, okay. Because if you're doing here, you guys can do your spend a little time around the evening doing relaxing. Bit of a kind of teleportation style jet lag. As you've just now traveled a few thousand miles back and forth in the matter of a couple of hours.
You know what would be weird? If Lucas could teleport us back and through time. Yeah, right?
In
Right?
time?
But like not just from one place to another, but like in time.
Well, if we go to the Feywild, that is possible.
Yeah, we're not going there. That's a scary place.
Chicken.
No, Dragonkin.
That too. Okay. Well, I assume then we can go ahead and get your rest in and everything else. Replenish your spell slots and get back all your energy and everything. Next morning, it's fairly. You realize that the week long of it's obvious that the week long of pretty much like nightly partying has worn a lot of people out there, and so the streets are a bit quieter and more subdued in the morning when you guys do get up and move around. Sora, it's not hard to, although the Eldritch Arena is not in full swing, you can actually get a few of the things there, so you can set some money aside for that. We'll give you the exact amount a little later on. But you can at some point make those presentations or whatever. Up to you. So you actually, so at some point you guys meet for your brunch, whatever morning plans are you have here. Dora sort of like very obviously seems happy with herself. So what would you like to take care of that now or later on?
We could do it now if you've got
Okay.
it figured out how you want to do it.
I mean, you tell me. You made the purchases. So you tell me what you bought.
Okay. So I went to. Are we talking about the vendor? Or are we talking about the bracers?
The vendor.
Okay, so I went to this vendor and he had some really cool stuff. And remember that Pokemon that we were playing a moment ago?
Grimbar.
Yeah, Grimbar. I bought each of us all our own little versions of that. So Amethyst has a Tabaxi one, and Grimbar will have a dwarf, and I will have a dragonkin, and Lucas, you will have. I'm pretty sure you were human or elf. I'm not quite sure.
Neither.
It's half-half, I think.
Both.
Aren't you?
Both.
Both.
Half and half.
Both or neither. Yeah. Depending which
So I
one you
got
take.
something that looks similar to what Lucas would look like, and then I have a extra one just in case. But now we can play.
What?
But what these are essentially little. They're very similar to the clockwork automatons that Sora and Grim played with yesterday in the arena, and they're these ones are a little bit more artistic, a little less banged up, obviously, because those were some of the demonstration models that have been used by a bunch of different people. But effectively, you have these little, like 1 foot tall, little clockwork constructs there, and while it's not, there is no like fur or anything else on them. It's obviously by basically the sculpting of the face that it's meant to be cat-like, like a Tabaxi. The dwarf has sort of a sculpted metal little beard on the bottom there. The elf has the half elf has the obviously somewhat pointed ears and a little bit thinner structure there than the dragon, little dragon, the draconic looking little one with almost like a dragon shaped head on a humanoid body.
Mm-hmm.
But all of them have a little control rod that they come with. And effectively, it's literally just it's almost about a it's the size of a remote control essentially, but rather than having little buttons or anything else on it, it's just essentially when you activate it, little button to activate, you can then kind of tilt the stick forward to let them move forward, tilt it back. You can kind of move back and forth, and it'll swing at the waist, almost like they're like swinging a weapon or something. Yes.
Just like before.
Yep. So these little guys can move around. You will find they can only be active for about a total of about an hour per day before they kind of wind down and have to recharge. But yes, they effectively you can essentially let them. They can move around. They don't make any. They make noise because they're little clockwork things that kind of. But they don't actually like make other sounds other than that. They don't actually so. But yes, you each have a little clockwork construct that can be moved around and used in various, I'm sure, inventive ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sora. That's wonderful.
You're welcome. Now we can play with each other. I also have a spare one that is for my nephew.
Yep.
Spring is gonna love me so much.
Yes.
Does it look like me? Because I'm going to
No.
be his hero.
No, no, he's not. I am going to be his hero.
She couldn't find one weird enough to look like you.
So, yes, so you have your little guys there. And so yeah, each one's as I said, they're actually they look very nice. They're not banged up. They're not they're somewhat polished and/or there's a lot of copper elements among them, and so the copper and brushed steel, essentially. So they're not. But yeah, that's sort of their thing there. You're not sure exactly, Lucas. You're not sure exactly how they work. I mean, they seem to be. They're not exactly Manatech from what you can tell. So they're definitely somehow enchanted, but you're not sure exactly what process was used to do it. Um, so it's an interesting thing here, and so yeah, go ahead.
Are they magical?
Yes,
Or
they
did
are.
damage it?
They are fairly minor magic. It's similar. You realize in kind of looking it over there, it's similar in some aspects to kind of like Find Familiar. They don't act as a familiar, but it's similar magic that causes them to animate. And you're not sure exactly how it is there. It's something more to do with the control rod than it is the clockwork thing itself.
Yeah.
So, again, it's not Manatech, but it's not a full enchanted item. It's interesting, something odd. Um, it almost like you've seen a lot of magic. You've seen a lot of Manatech. You've been around a lot of places there. It's it's almost like magic that doesn't really follow the normal conventions of the world that you've seen. Like you're not sure where where this style of magic came from. So yeah,
Interesting.
I'm going to take
Mhm.
mine to Nils and see if he can figure it out.
Who
Because I'm
made
not
it?
clever enough.
nope,
I
Nils
went to
made it.
Nils to get.
nope. Nils didn't
did?
make these. Nope,
No, I thought I went to
nope.
Nils to get it. I don't remember.
You went back to the Eldritch Arena, where you actually played with them. They actually had them
Oh,
for
that's
sale
right.
there. Yep,
Mhm.
yep. Now the ones that Nils has are different. His actually are little voice commanded things, and they're actually a little bit smaller. He has some larger ones, but the ones he's been selling, just essentially walk forward, and essentially they kind of follow basic voice commands. But these ones, the actual ones they actually used to fight there, were a little bit larger and actually were able to maneuver and fight a little bit differently. Yep. So, yeah, Nils' little guys are a little bit different, and they are very obviously Manatech. It was he created.
So Nils didn't make them?
Nope.
Because I know he makes a lot for the Eldritch Arena, doesn't he?
People will buy things from him to use there. Yes. These actually, if you check around there, these were made by Dolbus.
Dolbus. Cool.
Now,
And
he
it
was
dawns
the
on
mage that teleported us to that other place, right?
exactly. And you also note that he actually, in his incantations he used there, he spoke a language that none of you had ever heard before.
That's right, he did.
Mm-hmm. It didn't even sound like a language you'd even heard ever. Like it didn't have any like it didn't even sound like languages you'd never even heard before.
Mm.
Hmm.
I remember that. It was very weird.
He's
Mhm.
speaking celestial.
No, I think
No.
someone here speaks Celestial, so yeah. So they would at least understand it. If nothing else, someone would have heard it spoken before.
Who speaks Celestial?
I do.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yep. So with that, by the time you get a chance to look over the toys and what's that, things are picking up a little bit on the street. There's a little more people kind of moving about there. Some obviously going about their jobs and heading out there to work wherever they're working. A lot of the little shops and cafes are all opened up at this point. People are kind of milling in there to get food and such and move around. But it's less of a party atmosphere, more just people doing the busy work of the late morning. So, where would you like to do next? Anything you want to check on? Anyone you ask around for information? Anyone you want to look into?
I should have wrote
Yes.
it down. I wanted to talk to R&R about something.
Sure.
No, I can't remember what it was now.
Okay. No worries.
Are we still interested in scrying on Koresh?
Yeah, I think so. Well, it's up to you, but I'd like to find out if we can. Because, I mean, if you fail to do it, at least then we can try again tomorrow. So, 'cause you can
Okay.
only do it once a day, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
If it
Scrying.
fails, yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, let me pull up.
Or maybe
Make
you'll
sure I have
actually succeed, but still not have any kind of inclination of where he might be. He might just be, you know, on a ship or in a building. And we got lucky with the goblins because they were in a round building, and there's not many round buildings near the ocean that I can think of other than lighthouses.
Okay. Well, in that case, Lucas, you kind of find yourself a quieter spot, somewhere out of the way. Pull out the scrap of cloth that you were given from the goblins. And we'll go ahead and you focus on the cloth there, doing your casting. And your point of view starts to kind of settle in. You get a basic idea that from where you are, the direction is a little bit, essentially, you pulled northwest-ish. That roll?
Yeah, you got a 20.
I see that. However, I would say this: what you get is an initial direction. Your point of view starts to move, but it just settles into fog. Like there's just nothing will clear. Your vision will not clear. It's like it's not even that you're really. I would say you don't really make a connection. Like you aren't pushed away. You aren't resisted. There's just a blank wall of fog in the direction that you're sort of being your point of view, and after a few moments there, you just sort of like it's almost like wandering around lost in a fog bank. Like there's just nothing to latch onto, and so your scrying sense just sort of just gets completely clouded and obscured to the point where you have no idea. Like that initial pull just sort of like gets gone, and so the spell fades, and you for a moment are just sort of almost blind. It's like almost that snow blind effect of like whoa, as it's just sort of like you kind of blink back to like very harsh angles and colors and sounds now. Not painful, just a bit jarring.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll say that failed. Got no idea where it is.
Okay.
Yep. And I would say too, fairly certain that you didn't make a connection at all. So I mean, it was like nothing, just nothing defined essentially. Okay. So what's next on your agenda?
I don't really have one. I mean, I'll probably go bug Strolix for a little bit and give my nephew his new toy, and then meet up with the group wherever we're gonna meet up.
Strolux?
Not Strolix, Strega.
I was going to say, isn't that your boyfriend?
I mean,
You don't
you can
know.
also
I could meet up with
contact him.
You
You can contact him probably, but
Mm-hmm.
Hey, when we go to Dracol, can you get a bit of that?
Bit of what?
A bit of Dracol.
No. No, you can't.
Lucas is planning on learning a teleport spell at the next time he gets a bit stronger.
Maybe.
I mean, seeing exactly like how that works, because again, you obviously have your teleportation circle, but watching Dolvis at work there and seeing the first time you actually see someone, the only other time you saw teleportation done was when you were teleported to that cave originally. way back with your master, you would actually teleported there from an old Karim,
Yes, of course. Yeah, yeah.
and you appeared inside the cave. And that was not a teleportation circle, but it was obviously someplace that, thinking about it now, he must have been there before because you were teleported directly. I mean, teleporting into a cave would be kind of dangerous. As there's not much room for error, but must have been a place he knew well or had a very, very concrete anchor of some kind to latch onto to go there.
Yeah.
So, um, things to learn about the magic you're choosing, the path you're taking. Okay. Well, as so you have various things you were looking into, or the various things you were thinking about going or expecting.
I'm going to go to Ironar if I
Okay,
can
absolutely.
and
Yeah.
see what he has found out about the hunter.
About yes. Um. Well. Um. I will say this. I believe that his identity specifically is being well obscured. Like someone is trying to keep his actual identity a secret for whatever reason. Um, it's been very, very tricky to find anything out, um, other than what you've already found out. I've been digging, and every one of my normal connections for finding information is turning up nothing. And what's weird is it shouldn't be turning up nothing. Like this is why it's a concerted effort someone's making. I should be able to find something. And there are people that we talk to, my contacts to talk to, that knew something, but they can't recall it. They can't remember it. They can't find any of the information that they collected, like it's gone. One person, they had notes they'd taken, and they went to go get those notes and turn them over, and the notes were actually blank. Like the pages were blank. So some specific effort is being made to keep this person's identity a secret, which, I mean, based on who they are and what they're up to, sort of makes sense. You don't want someone who's acting as your hunter slash, well, bodyguard?
/ assassin.
Maybe. I haven't heard any reports this person's specifically gone and killed anybody since they've been hired. But then again, who knows if their
Check,
identity is being kept, if their identity is being masked with
check
their
the
activities,
jails.
could also be. Um,
What?
Check the jails. What, what are
Anybody
you thinking
escape?
specifically? Escape?
Anybody
No,
escape?
no.
Been let out, been released, and nobody's seen since?
Hmm. It's a good avenue. I think we can definitely look into that.
And just yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm just brainstorming here, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a specific skill set. Somebody put in jail or something, and then released or escaped, and then nobody can, I won't say escape because escaped would bring attention to it, but released and then nobody sees the person anymore. I'm just thinking.
Yep, I can definitely push down that avenue as well. I mean, yeah, it's definitely somewhere else to look. I will see what I can come up with.
Okay.
Okay. The message there, Thora, when it does send off a message here. Let's see. Let me type something back here real quick while I do that.
Swear to God, it better not
Well,
be
you guys,
Trevor.
what do you guys think
Listen.
of what's
I
going on?
think we should gather some supplies and start heading up to,
Recall.
yeah, at least to Mom.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think that's what we should do. I want to get a bunch of stuff and get it on the ship and get the supplies out to Mom.
Mhm.
Are we taking the ship? Well, we'd have to because there's no teleportation device there, is there?
Correct.
Now, how does teleportation circle work? Do you have to have a circle somewhere else to go to, or
Yeah.
is it just like teleport? You teleport from one spot to the next.
No,
Lucas
you need
has
a
to attune
circle.
to a circle so that he can actually teleport back there. So
Can we
got
build a circle somewhere where you attune to it, and we do it in a secluded spot where you can just keep going back to it?
You can, but it takes a year to do it. You have to cast a spell every day for a year.
Unless you have a shortcut like
Well,
the one at your house. Yeah.
Yeah, unless you find like a core that you can actually use, like we did for the one at our house.
Okay.
Yeah,
For a
and
year.
that takes the process
Wow.
down quite significantly. It only took a couple of weeks, but that required the use of an actual conjuration core for that, which those are not easy to find.
But it would be
Is
good.
that something you're looking into doing, Lucas? Is finding a way to do that for a specific place?
No, but
No.
I might be able to get teleport at some point in the future. The spell.
When all you'd need then is like something to focus on. To like, if he takes something from Drakal, he'll be able to use that as a focus to teleport back to Drakal.
Or wherever. Or if you've been to a
However.
place enough times and know a place well enough, you could also do it that way too.
Yeah.
Frees up some capabilities. All right. Well, with that information, we will say that unless there's something else specifically you're going to do, you do know you would get a message. When you get some message, probably Amethyst, you're the easiest one because Elliot will kind of inform you during one of your conversations that the airship has taken off already. They loaded up there and took off this morning essentially, and so it should be there based on their travel time. It should be there the day after, potentially the day after tomorrow. Essentially, it takes them about 2 days to get across. 3 if the weather's not cooperating.
Yeah. I'll let the others know that it's going to be in a couple of days. And then we can start heading up to Drakal.
Yep. As you're kind of seeing the festivities kind of wax and wane over the kind of the final days of Wellfest. Essentially, yes, this would say that this is the star day now. It's kind of the last day of Wellfest for the week there. It's really a matter of you'll see the mood is somewhat changed in terms of there's still people obviously buying and selling, but there's a lot more kind of deals being made. Like there's been almost like you kind of see a lot of people that like in earnest talks in various places where they're trying to solidify some business dealings. And sort of like getting things wrapped up. There's a bit of kind of final like closeout sales and deals happening in various places. They're sort of getting into the last of their inventory they've set up for the week.
Damn it.
Hmm.
Sorry.
No worries. So you spend a lot of time just sort of like seeing people sort of wrapping things up in there. There's be festivity happening, people thinking about things, but there's a matter of uh, an air of finality to this as they're getting things here. This is the first time you spent, like, as a group at least, like a whole week of one of the festival weeks in one location, or not off in the wilderness, off in there fighting
Mhm.
monsters or being way there. Um, you, so seeing the change over the course of the week is definitely different there. But at some point, probably mid-afternoon, Saturday, you, Lucas, get a spending. A summons, I guess you might call it, as a familiar voice speaks to you. You should, as soon as you can, stop by the Lyceum. You hear Exelvion's voice. I have a bit of information for you, and someone you should talk to as well.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I'll hopefully reply that I'll be there as soon as possible.
Okay. So you can choose to make that well known to the rest, or will you head off by yourself there? I see you guys are kind of all off doing your own things for the most part.
Oh.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If if anyone's there at the time, I will tell them.
I guess it comes down to is what would your afternoon plans be? I mean, Sora, you up on your nephew?
I am getting supplies to go to mom's.
Sure.
Getting toys for my brother and sister.
Okay.
And there was one more thing I was thinking and lost it.
Okay, so you're doing a bit of shopping there, checking things out there. Amethyst, how about you?
Yeah, just wandering around, seeing the last bits of the festivities and everything. Maybe grabbing some snacks to take from the airship and stuff.
Sure.
See if I can get any gifts for anybody. Bits and bobs. But
Of course, yeah.
Just, yeah.
Okay.
Talking to Elliot the whole time, obviously.
Sure. And so definitely interested. She's interested in whatever you're finding there, and yeah, you pretty much any trinkets or small items or else that you want to look for. With enough time you spent here looking around, you found a number of things that caught your eye and things you could definitely pick up, and so you can obviously make those kinds of choices and decide what you would have wanted to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Grim, how about you?
I'm selfish. I'm just hanging out, looking at people,
Okay.
and
Oh no. If I walked by and I saw him doing that, I'd totally be grabbing him, pulling him with me.
No,
so
he's from he's from here. Isn't this where he lives?
People watching. There's no such thing as people watching.
it's actually dreaming because I can't cut purses around here. So
Oh yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
so,
you know this is the place you don't want to do that.
yeah. Well, I can do it,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure how successful I will be. But I'll actually go to Niles' shop,
Sure.
see if he could do something.
No.
Sure.
Niles.
Grimbar, what can I do for you? What you want?
I'm gonna plop. I have a hand axe.
Okay.
It's nothing special. It's a +1 hand axe.
Sure.
And I'm gonna say, last time I was in here, you said you could take an enchantment from one item and put it to another.
Yeah, it's a very simple thing. What would you look at the just a basic magical hand axe? What you want to do with it?
And it just basically, I'm gonna get like just a regular knife, nothing special, just a well-made knife, like a Van Brace knife. It's a wrist knife.
Sure.
And I said I want that +1 put on basically on from the axe to the knife.
Easy enough here. That's some of the basics there. It's got a good knife there. Appreciate good craftsmanship. Got a little throwing knife. Sure. It'll only take about an hour or so. You want to just leave it here? It's
Excellent.
200 gold just to make the transfer, and
Okay.
should be done in about an hour.
Okay.
And he's like, "You want to?" And so he just takes the 2 items there, and not a problem.
All right. And
Okay.
that's just basically what I'm gonna.
Sure.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Um, and one thing he will note there, if you do know, if you ever have any other types of enchantments you want to transfer to this new item,
Uh-huh.
I can stack enchantments onto things as well. So it's just something to keep in mind down the road. If you ever come across anything else you want to have transferred in there, I can do that. It's sort of enhancing the items there and kind of stacking enchantments on them to a degree. There are some limitations, but it's pretty straightforward to do that. Just that things get a little more expensive, the more complicated you make things.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, and I'm gonna ask him. Can I want to? Can he control the radius of silence?
Hmm. Not really specifically. Talking about taking a specific magic type and altering the enchantment. Like transfer enchantments is pretty easy, but altering's a little difficult.
How about
Uh,
enchanting an item?
I mean, I can do that. It takes some time, and that's a little more expensive proposition. What are you looking for specifically?
Basically, I would like say that knife.
Mm-hmm.
Enchanted to be a silence, but I don't want the silence to go very far. I want it to stay
Sure.
close to my person.
Ah, a mage killer, huh?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not a
No,
killer.
I mean, you put a
And I
knife,
wink.
you put a silence on a knife and put that into a mage, and suddenly you can't make any sound. I know how this works. I I have done somewhat similar things in my time. I understand the tactic at least. So sure. Uh, I'll
My
look into
point of
that.
view is they can't hear me walking up.
There's that too. Okay.
That's all.
Uh,
Mine's purely academic, not
Sure.
murderous.
Yeah. More a tactical advantage, not so much a hindrance of sorts. Of course, it can be used in more than one way.
Yes.
It's not something I've done specifically on a. I've done it on more of a temporary basis, but a more permanent thing there. You can look into that. It'll take some time though. Obviously, I can have things sent to you at some point. I do have access to send things to your crew, your folks there. At least they have ways of doing that. So if you want to put down, that'll probably take another 500 gold. Just a custom enchantment like that. If you have that kind of coin laying around.
Okay. Yeah, I do
Okay.
actually.
All right. Um, I'll work on that and see how we can do it. I might have to play with it a little bit, but um, give me a week or two. We'll see what I can come up with.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
And I don't know how to take it off my. I'll figure
Yeah.
inventory, right?
Yeah. It's good inventory. There should be the coins there. You can just kind of click on the coins themselves
There
and
it
then,
is.
yep, add or remove. Yep. Okay. All right then.
700.
So folks are off doing their shopping, moving around there. And Lucas, you find your way back to the Lyceum. Um, at the reception desk, they said, "Oh yes, there should be someone waiting for you up on the graduate library, similar to where Professor Janan's, Professor Martinet's office is. Um, not specifically in her office, but in the area in that area."
Okay, I'll make my way up there.
All right. So you will head on up there through the uh, um, you will head on up there through the elevator room essentially, and arriving up on the floor where the graduate library is. Heading into there, you will spot um, actually 3 figures seated at one of the tables there in the library. just in plain view as you're walking in there from the chat. They're not hiding out of the way. They're kind of sitting there. Specifically, Excelvion, who is dressed in very stylish looking tunic and pants, typical not quite performance attire, but definitely that like higher scale clothing you would see from folks who are doing important things within the city where you're from. Kind of the longer tunic, belted, the pants, the boots, everything else like that, all in sort of a pale silverish color. So sitting there talking temporarily, talking with them casually seems to be is Janan. Prepsel there is there talking, and a third person there, something you have not seen before. Definitely elven descent, but very different in appearance from Excelvion. And let's see, we can have our Kara, if you want to go ahead and describe this new person sitting with these two here in this grand looking small space. The library, lots of shelves all around there, very ornate tables of fancy looking carpeting, beautifully laid out and everything else. And discussing with this two people here, a human woman who's in her more advanced years, although still looking, looks to be in her late 40s maybe, but there's definitely signs of a little more aging there. And then a very somewhat older looking distinguished elf with the silvery hair and fancy looking clothes, who you've talked to in the past there, knowing Excelvion. Go ahead.
You see a pale skinned elf with white hair, blue and white clothing, almost shimmery fabric, young, fairly young elf, and she looks up and gives you a smile and says, "Oh, hello. My name's Sutara."
And Lucas.
Lucas,
Nice to meet you.
give me an Arcana check. Because there's some things about Sutara that look a little interesting to you, and the fact that high elves, like Excelvion, tend to have a bit of a almost like a metallic sheen to their skin. His is a bit silvery. Their hair has an almost metallic looking like shine to it. Their eyes look a little bit gemstone like, the glitter a little bit like gemstones there. High elves, wood elves like Brevalor, tend to have a little more ruddy looking skin there, greenish and brownish hair. This person has neither of those features. Their eyes are sort of a clear. What color are Sutara's eyes?
Kind of a clear blue.
Yep. So the no gemstone quality there. The hair is kind of a white, but not a silvery color, like just a white color. And the skin tone is just pale skin. It's definitely a different look to that. With a 28, she's not an elf of a type you've seen before. You're very certain of that. Sylvian. Lucas, good to see you then. Well, hope you've had a good well first, of course. But I want to make sure that I made this introduction here, as there's been some interesting developments, let's just say. Sutara here has been in an old croon for a bit of a time now, and has a bit of a connection or information, let's just say, over things that you've been looking into recently. Things you've dealt with recently, in fact. And Sutara you didn't know what to expect. You've heard a little bit about this person and the companions who don't happen to be here with him currently. But there's
Yeah, thanks for that, Lucas.
you'll have the opportunity. You decide not to be with him. There's you expect some sort of presence there that's just not there. Like there's that connection you were expecting to see potentially is not there actually. Look at she's definitely looking at you kind of oddly, like inspecting you in a way that's like more appraising than anything else. But so I want to make sure that we have well, let's just say Sutara here knows a bit about the book, the one that was recently destroyed. In fact, there's well, Sutara. Do you want to? I don't want to lay it all out there for you. In fact, but if you want to tell them where you're from.
Well, you see, I'm from the astral plane, and there's been a darkness there that has tendrils coming into your world. And when one was destroyed, it caught my notice.
It seems that, well, as we always expected, that the connection it has with the book is, well, of an otherworldly sort, as we suspected all along. But the connection, upon being severed, has been felt or noticed, at least. Stora, there's another larger presence that you've warned us about.
Yes, that there are other tendrils, only one that is notable, but it is of some concern.
Are the tendrils coming to here, our world?
Yes, it seems so.
And I think you may have had a bit of a encounter with that recently. Something related.
Draco.
Ever so. Star, one thing, the smaller faint traces that you've been reading and sensing, that was also of concern because one of those traces suddenly disappeared beyond where you could see it. Not severed, moved. A few of them, little faint traces sort of like winked out. Just, in fact, 4 of them all sort of like were severed and gone. But one of them suddenly moved and is just not. You've no idea where.
Okay.
So you can pass that along there, obviously. But and so Lucas, that's yeah.
I'll ask, do you have any connection to Shivora?
What? I don't believe so.
Okay.
It was a being I contacted in the astral to gain information.
Give me a let's see. I guess this might I have your character. One sec here, real quick. Go ahead and give me a nature check. A bit of a higher DC for you in this one here, but go ahead and give me that check. Okay. The name vaguely sounds familiar. That's something you've specifically heard of. It it's actually more the fact that you realize the name means fear in a language that's of a wraith that lives out in astral space. The Gith.
That is a Gith word, seeming to be seer. But I don't know of anyone specifically.
No, it was just a thought. It was someone we contacted to gain information from the astral. Not that everyone in the astral knows each other. That's
It's a big place.
Yeah, it's a big place. Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah. Yeah. The layout of the place is very, very vast, obviously encompassing all the multiverse and everything else, as well as yeah, it's so I believe that Sutara here should be able to maybe provide some insight or some information about things that you're dealing with in this case. She's been tracking information regarding this corruption or this issue, this connection to something. This as we discovered its name was called the Grasping Void. So if there's more to be gained or more insight there, Tara may be helpful in tracking that down or dealing with it in a way that others might not be able to. I think that the fact that there's a larger presence that needs to be, removed from our world before it gains more foothold in some ways. These things tend to corrupt and destroy, and obviously smaller fragments can be used to do untoward things, as the Dark King did, and we're still dealing with those after effects there as the coins are being dealt with. And he looks at you as like, did you recently remove another one of those as well?
We did, yes. Yeah.
That makes sense. And the timing of that corresponds with the smaller severing of a dark tendril that you sensed recently, as it was something was snapped and removed. A very faint trace. One of those ones that you've seen winking out there, Satara, and a similar one is the one that just suddenly disappeared. It's very hard to latch on to where these are in the world. It's more just like you can sense there's a thread of darkness. It's sort of like stretching around somewhere, and that thread was snapped. But narrowing it down to where it is in the world, especially when so you are currently, just so you know, this just probably about less than an hour ago, you were in an old Karoon, down here, and you are now here in Port Oris, as I believe, you see that now here. So moving from here all the way up to here, via teleportation circle. It was just used.
He's all the way down there.
No, that's Lucas. Lucas is here. Sutara just came from down here, so she was here recently. They're now here at the
okay.
Yeah. Yep. So you obviously know teleportation magic and everything else and how that sort of works conceptually. But seeing it done here specifically is probably the first time you've been to Port Oris specifically. It's definitely the air is much more humid, a bit. I mean, I wouldn't say chilly because it's still summertime here, but just a little more humid, a little bit different. It's still cooler than it is down there because in the height of summer in Old Karoon, it's well over 100 degrees and no humidity whatsoever. Whereas here it's in probably the upper mid 80s maybe, but very humid. And even in Lyceum, even in the tower here, you can definitely sense that, feel it. So with that, well, Janan, always wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing just fine. Things are fairly calm here in the city for the most part. I think we're just a matter of keeping tabs on some things, and obviously there's situations out in the wider world to be worried about, but we'll keep things calm here. As will I in an Old Croon. Keeping everyone informed there and gathering the information that's needed to ensure the safety of everyone there. Lucas, good to see you. Sutara, I hope that you can be of help, and if you know how to contact me if you need to. And these folks know me as well. Lucas and his friends know me as well.
Yeah, it's good to see you again.
Of course. Is there anything else? Any other things? Any other information you would like me able to fill you in on? It's only been a week or two, a little over a week since I've seen you, so not really anything new to report where we are.
Not unless you've heard anything new on Dracor.
No. Well, there have been some somewhat disturbing reports of troubles there. Getting information out of there is always very difficult, and I don't have any direct contacts there. But the little rumblings I've heard is that there's definitely something happening in Oris, the largest city there, the Gold Dragon city there. There's been some issues happening there that my understanding is it seems to be something related to more to undead than whatever you dealt with before. So I don't know the extent of what's going on. Or if it's still happening. Again, they're very tight-lipped at keeping their secrets there. So it doesn't really relate to us. I put my feelers out to Ravenwatch, but they are focused more on their little place. And with their charges and their safeguards. Nothing is, as far as I know, related to their any because you would know Ravenwatch is this little place here that looks over the ruins of Westmarch, which is just undead central. Essentially, they just keep tabs on it, make sure nothing comes out of that region. But they're all just undead hunters and everything else there. But they've not reported any issues on their area. So, with that, though, I think that there's, if I do learn anything else, I'll definitely let you know. As I said, there's definitely something going on, but the extent of it or how well it's been dealt with, I don't know yet.
Thank you again, Excelvion.
Of course. As I said, you're always welcome to gather more information and have a drink or two at some point. I know Halok will be very upset that you're gone with your insights that you've provided and such, but I think there's a more pressing need based on what we've been seen and heard recently. And with that, he'll sort of bow out there and head back up there. Janan thanks him and, well, is there anything I can do for you? Anything you're looking into specifically or wanting to find out about? Where's the rest of your group there? Are they off wandering the city, causing trouble as usual?
Yeah, they're all doing their own thing.
Of course. Well, obviously, if you want to call them all here, if they want to, if they have any questions or things they want to look into, I can definitely look into things as well. I'm just not sure what exactly y'all doing at this point, because you've been kind of all over the place from what I can tell, right?
Yeah, we're trying to tie up a few loose ends. I think we are planning on going in the direction of Drakol to find out what we can find out.
Well, that's good. I mean, it sounds like there's some strange things happening on there, but it's strange. I haven't. Whatever's happening there doesn't seem to have any like worldwide impacts at this point, from what I can tell. I mean, as a diviner, we do spend some time like reading the portents and looking into prophecies and all that kind of thing like that. And there's not really anything I can see that's like branching out beyond there, at least. Which is strange. If things are doing what they're doing, it's being kept very well in check, or at least contained. At this point, at least. Hard to say.
I think Sora's trying to get your attention, Grandma. He's away with the fairies.
So we can cut to a little scene here. Like Sora wandered down the street, they're yelling Grimbar's name in random places. Grimbar just sort of like sitting there, just kind of feet up on a stool. They're kind of watching folks walk by and
Sopping ale.
Drinking an ale, munching on a chunk of bread. Amethyst doing her shopping at this point to kind of cut there. As we cut Ben back to the library there. Lucas, when you see Sora, tell her that her request we are looking into. I'm going to work with Nils on the items that she's requested, and we'll see how soon we can get that done. It's a very interesting request she's put forth to us, and so it'll take some time putting that together. But we got some ideas and things of that nature. So just let her know that we're working on it, and we'll have something hopefully in a week or a couple weeks.
Okay, I will tell her. Yeah.
Okay. So she will. Well, good to meet you, Sutara, and good to see you as always, Lucas. I'll leave you to it and see what. Let me know if you need anything from us, and of course, the circle's always open to you when you need it.
Yeah,
and with that, kind of wanders off, heads off. Actually, not to her office. She actually does head back toward the main elevator, and is heading out of the building at this point, or somewhere else in the tower. You're not sure exactly where.
So, what do you know of our group, Sutara?
Well, I've heard that you've done a great many things. That you were in a Null Karoon when the darkness was most recently destroyed, and I believe that you're the key to stopping that from befalling this world.
Wow.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What do you know about us specifically? I mean, obviously, I'm Lucas. I'm a bard. You know the rest of the group.
I've been given names. That's really about it.
You have Sora, the Dragonkin Paladin of Bahamut. Amethyst, the Tabaxi. Sorcerer.
Don't you know this off by heart yet?
And the latest member is Grimbar.
He's a
How would
dwarf.
you describe him? Yeah, dwarf.
Yeah.
Rogue.
Well, I would be very interested to meet them.
Star, he doesn't mention you've heard that there's also a gnome artificer, wizard type person, arcane expert there that have been traveling with them. So that's the only one he didn't mention that you had heard about for certain. As he was actually one of the one also spotted with them in an old Karoon when the book was destroyed. The darkness was snuffed out. um, so, Grim, at some point you hear Sora. You can't miss, like even the kind of people walking around there. You'll hear Sora's voice somewhere off in the distance there as she's yelling your name.
I use my
Not
coin and go invisible.
so,
It's not just him I'm calling for. I'm calling for Amethyst too. Like,
as
I use my coin. I go invisible. And I'm gonna roll up and sneak up behind her.
yep, you will
this is why we
easily
need those stupid braces.
easily be able to move up behind her there. As far as just kind of like yelling your name and kind of
Does she have
walking
a
down the street
pouch or
there.
anything like a coin purse or
Oh, I'm
something
sure she
jiggling?
does.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna try to lift it.
Go ahead and roll sleight of hand, as you try to snag Sora's pouch.
Hold on, which specific pouch is he snagging?
You tell me.
Which
I don't-
pouch is he snagging?
I don't know what pouches you have, so you tell me. What pouches do you have?
I
I'm gonna
have
get the one with the
used to
most
have-
in it.
So here's the funny thing though, like I have a pouch that's pretty big that looks very, very full. Then I have a miniature coin pouch that sits in the front, and then I have that red satchel from the Dragonkin that is on my other hip.
I mean,
But the big
one-
pack is in my behind.
yeah. So I
I'll
mean,
take the little red satchel.
sure, yeah.
Well, you're gonna die if I find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. You easily like you you don't have to cut it. You just kind of like like undo it there, like she's like looking around back and forth. You just literally like, whoop, and just pull it right off there. The pack, it's an odd leather of some kind there, and it feels there. It's like yay big. I mean, it's not huge, but it's something you're and you pull it off there, and yep. Step away. After a moment, you make it invisible with you and kind of look into it there, and you see that there was a strange-looking box in there.
No.
Don't really.
Nope.
Box has
I
been
don't
there.
wanna-
What'd you do with the box?
I looked at the house. There's nothing in that satchel.
Oh, it's just empty. Okay, so there's nothing in it.
It's an empty
look-
pouch.
As
There's
long
nothing
as
in
that-
it.
Okay, then yeah.
Okay.
I
I'll
left
take
I
the-
left all the stuff inside the box, and the box was at the house under Iris's guard.
Now you've
Okay.
got to put something in it and put it back on her belt.
Uh,
Is that where
No,
Chester
I-
used to be?
Uh-huh.
There's-
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
That's where Chessie used to be.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, we'll just say this: like, as you think about it, you're kind of holding this thing, going, "There's nothing in here. This is weird. Why is she wearing an empty pouch? That makes no sense. And what kind of leather is this
Well,
thing made
it's
out of? You don't even
Sora.
know. Yeah, not much about Sora makes sense sometimes. Amethyst, we would say that probably about this time, as you're kind of wandering along there, Sora, you also hear Sora yelling Grimbar's name, and calling out for you as well. And you'll see her kind of walking along, looking back and forth, oblivious to what's around her, other than yelling and looking for you guys. But yeah, she's making enough noise that you spot her from a half a block away, and can see her there. So, do you approach, or you just
Where are you?
I'll telepathically, I'll hide and telepathically say, "Find me." I can see
playing hide and
you.
seek. I just spent 6 hours playing hide and seek with the kid.
Yep. So you kind of like a bit between like the people around you and everything else, and just the time spent with your nephew. You just kind of slip out of the side there, and once you establish the bond, you're able to you hear with this voice inside your head. I can see you.
Yay! But I can't see me. So can we? Where are we meeting? I have no idea where we're meeting. I don't know where anybody went either.
No, you guys all went your separate ways.
No one said
We
anything to
did.
anybody
So
about anything. Nobody said anything. I had no idea that Lucas was meeting people. I had no idea where you were going. I just was there.
Yep.
Everybody was gone. And I just wandered off.
okay.
So
So where do we want to meet up?
I guess the tumble tanker. That's generally where we, when we're in Port Orus, that's generally where we find one another, isn't
Mhm.
it?
Usually. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Mhm.
so um
I'm just easing behind. I'm
Yep,
not
so
making any noise.
so- you'll from your point of view, you see Sora kind of stop and look around, and because it's Sora, I'm sure Sora actually talks out loud when she's thinking to Amethyst, so you can actually
Always.
hear you can actually hear Sora having a one-sided conversation. Because when Sora thinks she speaks,
I can see that too.
and so
Sora does.
so you hear her mention Tumble Tankard, and then she starts wandering off in that direction. Um, Amethyst, I mean, so it's not a problem. You kind of follow along unseen behind
Mhm.
Amethyst. You step out and join Sora.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will see Amethyst step out and join Sora on the street there. She just steps out from around the corner of a building out of the other way there, and
And
just
just
kind of walks along in place there. Well, not you can't see. You have no idea he's there, or is it at the Sora?
Yes,
That was
and
the
that's
Sora.
Sora.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, you spot Amethyst there, stepping out, making faces at you, and head off toward the Temple Tankard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, if only there was a
It's-
way you had a way to get in touch with Lucas. I mean,
we do. I mean,
Yeah.
at the moment, we don't really know that he's missing. He's probably just wandering around. We don't know where he's gone. He didn't tell anybody. So,
sure.
I'm not missing.
How
I'm
hard
there.
would it be
I
to,
don't-
how hard
He
would
knows
it
where
be to
he
put
is.
that pouch? How hard would it be to put that pouch on Amethyst's belt?
Give me a sleight of hand check.
you little sod.
Well,
I mean, it's
not gonna
it's
crit.
not quite doesn't come off quite as well as you just slipped it off there, but yeah, you managed to slip it on her belt there. It's definitely above her passive. That it's you're not looking for him. You don't get to roll it. It's passive
Okay.
only. So, yeah. So you kind of like flip it on there and kind of tie it into place there. So,
Well,
yeah,
I'm just gonna leave it that way, and I'm gonna
Okay.
kind of go in the I'm gonna go in and just kind of wait and let it sit for a while, and then I'll just come in later on. I'll let them sit in there for 15 minutes,
Okay.
and then I'll walk in into the actual tumble tankard about 5-10 minutes after they're in there.
Okay. So yeah, you watch him head in there. You wait outside a little bit there. And with a 19, I will say that the perception check you do make for that, though, however, is that as you enter the tankard and kind of move in there and find a place to sit, you kind of notice that there's a pouch on your bag that's not on your belt that's not yours,
Right.
and you recognize it. Like,
Yeah.
where- yeah.
Sora, did you put this here? I'll just turn around and like,
And you see your red pouch there on Amethyst's belt.
No. How did you get it?
is Eldon
Take
here
it.
somewhere? The little prankster.
No, I thought he was back at home.
Yeah, I thought so too, but I guess it could be that little sneaky little shit.
Um,
Dwarf.
Where are you, Grimbar?
about 5 minutes of you guys kind of sit down there. You don't see him. He doesn't respond. Maybe 5 minutes later or so, he walks in through the door.
I'm
Of
drinking
course.
my milk with
Okay.
my feet up on the table.
Spot them easily. They're both sitting there, having their drinks, whatever else. You guys, you can head on in.
Yeah, I'll go in. I'll walk up to the bar, and I'll what's her name? Suzette or something? Susan? Sarah?
I think Suzette.
Suzette.
Yeah.
I'll get her to give me a drink,
Mhm.
and I'll ask her to start spiking Sora's milk with something soft.
We don't do that here. That's not. No, that gets
How
bars
much?
shut down. You know, no,
How
that gets
much?
no. That gets bars.
Nothing
Are
bad. How
do you
much?
want me to answer to kind of like inclines her head over to the owner's table there and like you don't
I'll
go
pay
like
him. Just ask him how much.
no, we do not spike people's drinks here. This is the bar of a respectable drinking establishment, and the last thing we want to do is have someone get in over their head. It's a very bad no. No.
All right. I'll sit there and I'll I'll get my drink and go sit down.
Okay. Yeah. So
You sit down at the table grumbling.
yep. You're like yeah. Sorry, the bartenders do not spike people's drinks for you.
No, I would hope not. It was more than their job is worth, I would think.
Bad idea. So, you guys settle in there. Compare notes of what you've seen when doing around the place. Not too hard. Not sure about Lucas. As he's been off doing his things. And we cut. So I would say this: how long with the two of you, Tara and Lucas, there, just be discussing or, basically pitching up information. You can obviously feel free to, essentially. I would say this, Lucas, based on what Tara knows, what it's telling you, how much would you fill her in on?
Well, since she was introduced by Excelvion, he pretty much knows it all anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would fill her in on what we know. I mean,
Okay.
the book's gone now, so it's not an issue.
Okay. And so to kind of fill in some of the gaps there a little bit, this for Sitara in terms of that, the book seems to have been a direct link to the Grasping Void. It was able to reach through literally and figuratively to influence and be used in ways to draw connections and essentially harness the creature's power essentially. These small tendrils of power seem to be how the book was used to create these magical coins that bound entities from other planets. And those links have been a number of those links have been severed, specifically 4 of them, and other ones are out there. There are still, as far as you're aware, there are 5 more that are out there. Some here in Port Oris. In fact, 2 specifically that are in Port Oris. One in the south, kind of somewhere in the plainer area down here, and the other 2 you have no idea. In fact, you were only aware of 7 or 8 little tendrils of power that you've been able to track and sense in some way. And I will say this, just to clarify, you can't sense a direct location. It's not like you can sense like it's here, it's there. It's just sort of a general idea of location, just something that you can kind of sense and or read among the stars. Essentially at night there. It's almost like navigating you get sort of direction and distance, but not like specifically like here on a map. Just this area. Other than this strange black mass that seems to be ever present in Drakal, that blot of power that's there. So, I'll leave you guys to determine there. So, those of you in the bar, are you going to actually reach out to Lucas? Lucas is going to reach out to them since you guys didn't set a time to meet up specifically.
He
I'll let you
knows where
think.
to find us, doesn't he?
Yeah, I will go to
I
the
have no way of doing it,
tank.
so
Okay. Okay.
I mean, we know
So-
that the ship's not going to be here for a couple of days. We have no reason
Could be by tomorrow.
to need Lucas. So, you know, if he's doing what I mean, he might be spending time with his girlfriend. We don't know. I wouldn't want to disturb him while he's in Port Taurus. Goodness me. Not unless it was an emergency or, important or something.
Okay. Well, you're
Right,
fairly
I'm
certain.
writing all this down. First time Amethyst is not injecting her opinion into somebody's life.
Ooh, the
I
arch
see.
nemesis is gone.
Wow.
This is why he's my arch nemesis.
Man.
So, you
And
had to
stealing pouches.
Mhm.
and Lucas gonna head to the tankard.
Yeah, I've had to the tank.
Okay. So, probably about 20 minutes, half an hour later or so, based on all that's happening here. It's at this time little later in the afternoon. Not quite dinner time yet, but somewhere around 2-ish or so. You will see Lucas enter the bar along with a white-haired elf. Who enters that's the place there. You'll spot them off to the side, at one of the tables over there.
I'll wave them over. I'll jump up.
I'm just sitting there winding vines and ivy into Grimbar's beard using Druidcraft. Just, braiding his beard with leaves.
To the
and
left a little bit. It itches back in there. To the left. To the left.
And Satara, you will see the other three people that you would expect to see. So the gnomish figure that has been there before is not with them, but the other three at least were described to you, based on what you heard there. So you approach the table and let introductions continue.
I'll approach and oh, hi. This is Shatara, my wife.
She'll look at you like, wait, what?
Damn, he took it away from me. He stole it.
Your what, sorry?
No
He said
reaction.
his
no.
wife. He said his
Wow.
wife.
He said his wife. He got married.
She's shaking
I
her
thought-
head.
Does
Oh,
a
no,
Lindra
no,
You're
know?
no.
robbing the cradle, aren't
Right?
you, old man?
Does a Lindra know?
Oh, Lindra.
Isn't there a law about the ages around here or something? You know.
A half elf and a full blooded elf probably are okay age wise, just based on that. But yeah.
That's
No.
where he's been. He's run off and got married while we were shopping this morning.
Well, where's Alindra? I thought he was dating her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear, I'm just joking. This is Shatara.
I didn't know you had it in you, Lucas.
Man, no wonder he's so secretive.
No, I said I was meaning joking wise.
Oh.
Okay.
I have been told by Excelvion to speak with you all. It seems we have interests that intertwine, information that would be helpful to one another.
Oh
I
yeah.
yell out, Suzette, a dwarven ale for my friend here. And then I stare at her.
What are these common interests?
Well, you see, there is a darkness in the astral plane that has tendrils leading here. You all recently severed one when you destroyed the book, and have severed several small ones in the coins, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And well, there's another large blot of the darkness over Drakal, it would seem.
That makes sense.
Sora's being very, very quiet.
We have sent something there. Yeah, absolutely.
Sora's not going to say much. She'll probably stare a lot.
I'm
Uh,
watching
Yeah.
Satara to see if she drinks that dwarven ale.
Sutara will not drink the dwarven ale. She will say no, thank you.
Yeah, it's
I look at Lucas. I says, divorce her.
right, you're not really married to Lucas, right?
I am definitely not married.
Okay.
Why? Is he
That
not
was
good
a
enough
joke.
for you?
I did not say that.
I think we should
It's
get
implied.
Lucas a gift. He's just cracked his first joke. I mean, an
Yeah.
attempt at one.
No, I'm proud of him.
Ooh.
You've come a long way in your rehabilitation, Lucas.
I think all of our jaws dropped, certainly.
And Sutara's just beat red.
Aw. Poor
And I
Satara.
push the dwarven ale a little closer to Satara. So.
Yep. So, yeah, it smells very strong. You're definitely not. I mean, I would say you've been here long enough that you've probably sampled a few things and just like no. That's
It's a rite of passage.
like, yeah, you've been around long enough to know that dwarven ale is a little too much for you.
So you can sense this darkness. You can sense these tendrils.
Yes, the darkness has affected the astral plane in a much greater manner. I've seen and heard of the things living in the dark reaches and what it can do there. So when I started noticing those tendrils reaching here, it, of course, is familiar to me, easy to recognize, well, in a vague sense anyway.
Okay.
And to describe a bit, because I don't think I was able to really describe it well, astral space essentially is the space between other realms, essentially. And so the so essentially you have this floating sea of stuff out there that's the astral space, and there are these pockets of they call wild space that make up, well, a universe, essentially the world and everything else that makes up a specific region, and Avress is one of those regions. There are other ones out there, but there are things that in like on the far fringes of astral space is this darkness, and there are creatures there that, and this is something that Eldon and Lucas had researched a bit as well. That some of these things that live out in the dark, they call the dark reaches of astral space, are just these alien, hungry, terrible things, and that somehow they can reach out to other places. So the idea that everything that is the world of Avress and the planar structure and everything else that is in this section of wild space within the astral sea, essentially. And so,
It's a question.
yeah.
I'm looking at Satara. this blackness, can it, when it reaches out, can it reach into somebody and take them over? And I asked that because, and then I explained to her what happened under the mountains of Drakal and how they were taking over people and stuff like that. So if it actually enters into somebody, we have to kill them, and there's no saving it. Would you be able to recognize it if it was in them?
You think so? Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
These things do corrupt and infect and dominate. It's one of the things they do. Is it's not just it is both a physical and a psychic presence. Essentially, these things that they can reach out and do things on either or both aspects.
So what? Go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to ask Satora, what are your intentions then? Are you planning on going to Drakal?
I was planning to help your team of adventurers in whatever way I can, seeing as you're the only ones that I know of so far to be able to sever some of these tendrils.
I'm trying to get my head around how all of this came about, like how you knew to contact us.
Excel,
I was living in Anul Karoon for the past few years, and I had been tracking some darkness there. And first it went away, but then it came back and then was snuffed out. And when I went investigating, trying to figure out how that happened, I found out that you all had been in town at the same time, and Exelvion said that you had been talking about it as well. That's why he introduced me to Lucas.
So you sensed the book coming back to town and then being
Yes.
destroyed? Okay.
Well, having somebody able to sense a direction we need to go is definitely an advantage. So what is it that you sense? What is it? Is it just a feeling? Is it a sense of dread? Is it, foreboding? What?
Just helped you answer that message there.
I can read omens in the stars that help
So you're a
to
fortune teller.
guide me in sensing the darkness.
I don't think it's fortune telling as such. I mean, what Lucas does is scrying, and that's not fortune telling. That's seeing somewhere that he's not.
And just to clarify a little bit there, there isn't a natural like presence to it as well. I mean, when you're in closer proximity, when you first original Karoon, you could sense a little more strong
dread. We felt the dread when we were fighting it in Old Karoon out in the desert. So yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, just the
So she's got a sense. She's got a close tie or a serious tie to nature to be able to sense an imbalance type thing.
Well, it's also from her realm as well. I mean, being from, as she said there, being from astral space where this thing is from, it's more like, think of it as something out of place with the current place. And so with it being from astral space, there's a resonance there that can be felt a little bit easier. Yeah, with this, what do you say?
I was going to say, can I do like an insight on Tara while she's talking, just to try
Sure.
and alleviate some of
Absolutely.
mine
Mhm.
and Sora's apprehensions about
Of course. Absolutely.
someone who seems to
I
know
mean,
everything about the things that we need to
if
know
you want
about?
to like actively, I mean,
Seems-
passively, I would say your passive insight is not that there's a warning ball being sent off, but you want to kind of like focus in. Yeah, go ahead and make a check.
He seems to know a lot of things about
Awful.
things that we don't openly talk about.
I rolled a 2.
Well, effectively, yeah. I mean, like I said, just passively, everything seems to be up and up. The fact that, I mean, a lot of her information came from Excelvion, who knows who you are better than probably most people, considering he's the one who told you about the coins and the book and everything else, and he's kind of filled in a lot of those gaps for you. So the fact that she's sensing similar things, and is asking about them specifically, he's filled in the gaps for her and sent her according. Well,
Mhm.
Lucas, he met with Lucas there as he said, introduced them.
I did say that Selbion was introduced
Mhm.
to her.
Mhm.
And you do know that he seems to know. Well, he obviously knows quite a bit. I mean, since considering who he is and what he did. and
We
his
went to
connection
him
with
for some
himself.
advice, didn't we, about the book, some information and
Mhm.
stuff that he gave to us in the first place.
Yep.
I mean, if what Satara says is true and that she can sense these things, it might be really, really good to have her come along, because she'll be able to help us find the coins when we want to go and look for the coins. And if it means that she can also sense what's down in Drakal, and we can potentially get rid of what's happening there. I mean, I don't know if it is due to that what is happening in Drakal, but what if the darkness in Drakal is what's causing all of the problems there? What if that is potentially what's causing all the racism? By destroying whatever it is that is there, that could not just obviously get rid of the whole threat to the world, but also could potentially save lots of little baby dragons' lives as well. Dragonkin.
Mm-hmm.
I know that just by looking at Sora, I can tell that she's worried, because we are about to go to Drakal and go and see Sora's mother, and everything that's going on there. She obviously doesn't want anybody new knowing about that and stuff. Probably worried
Yeah.
about.
There's the other situation too. We're gonna have to go to Drakal.
Mm-hmm.
I can't look like me,
No, you can't.
and spells only last an hour.
How many
So we're
times
gonna
can you
have-
cast it though? Like, is that something that you can?
It's a first level spell. I can only cast it 4 times.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing though. Like, if you cast it and it drops before I get it recasted, then somebody has the chance of seeing it while we're casting it again.
I thought you had a
So-
hat. Don't you have a hat of disguise?
It still requires a spell slot to cast it.
No.
Is it? No?
Head of Disguise is not. You think of Manatech, and Manatech has charges.
Yeah,
So it's a-
charges. How many? I don't
Yeah.
know. How
Oh,
many
is it
charges it has.
Manatech? Because I've got
Yeah.
the.
Because the Head of Disguise is just, you just basically,
Mhm.
essentially, it still lets you cast Disguise self at will, but you have to recast it every hour because it only lasts for an hour at a time.
Yeah, it's a bracer that I have.
Yeah,
the magic
so
item. The magic item, the hat of disguise, is at will though, isn't it?
But yeah, it still lasts for an hour each time you cast it. So that's
Yeah,
the idea, is that you have to kind of
But
recast it multiple.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming you can recast it before it runs out.
but it is also the fact that it is an illusion. It's not a physical change.
Right.
Right.
It's also 3 charges as opposed to 4
Yeah.
spells. So we are going to have to do something with me.
Okay. So, what are you thinking? Like polymorph
really
or?
I'm thinking either polymorph or
I've always
true
wanted a
polymorph.
pet lizard.
Well, I wouldn't. You can go stuff a beard.
And I drink some more ale.
Why can't you just wear a mundane disguise?
Because if they catch me, my head comes off. It's like the Queen of Hearts off with her head.
I'll protect you.
Sure.
From where? My behind? Sure.
I mean, there
Yeah,
could be something. I mean,
I think
not
if
gonna-
we
I think if we put our heads together, we can figure it out. We'll find somebody who's got something.
gotta
I
find,
mean,
yeah.
How
if
many
we can find someone who
scrolls?
can
We could
polymorph
get
you.
scrolls or potions. I bet you could work.
I would think that I don't know. I mean, I know very little about magic, just only what Bahamut has given me. But I don't think that regular polymorph would work.
Okay.
I think it has to be the higher one.
Okay.
yeah. And,
Then maybe we can talk to Jinan Prepsel and see if she knows anybody who has it or who can pass it on you. That's permanent, right? Until it's dispelled.
I think so, and I think
True polymorph.
yeah, and I think the person who cast it has to be the one to uncast it.
it can be dispelled. I mean,
What's
someone
your
could-
altar?
someone could-
What's your altar in the? You're chromatic, right?
She's she's chromatic blue.
Yes.
So what is your alter metallic?
Bronze.
Bronze.
Bronze, yeah.
So if you do it, you're gonna have to polymorph. I would polymorph yourself into a bronze.
Yeah. I'm not thrilled about that, but yeah.
Mm-mm. That's your innate racism speaking, though.
It very much is. Yes, yes, it is.
But if by doing that, then we can get rid of this whole thing, then surely it's worth it. Just being a bronze dragonkin for a period of time, however long
So
it takes.
the other thing too, though, is if I go now, correct me if I'm wrong, DM.
Mhm.
If I go down, the spell stays.
No, not true polymorph. I don't think. Does it? If it's
I think true polymorph. If I go down to 0 and it's a permanent type of the spell, I stay a bronze dragon.
Yeah. So essentially, if you concentrate, the full duration of the spell lasts until it's dispelled. So that means
Mhm.
at that point you stay that, even if you go unconscious or anything else. That once the spell's duration has been for the full duration, which is an hour, then it lasts until it's dispelled. Period.
So not only would we be having to make sure that person is safe until we're done with this whole thing.
Well, no,
We-
what I'm saying is that sorry, just to clarify here, is that they only have to maintain the spell for an hour before it becomes permanent, and it's permanent until dispelled.
Right, but if they
Not by then.
die, does it get dispelled?
no, it's permanent until it's dispelled.
They don't have to be the one to dispel it. It can be dispelled by anyone if
Oh,
it's
okay,
dispelled
anyone,
magic.
okay.
That's
And
powerful
like
enough.
we all
yeah.
have ways
Yeah,
of
yeah.
dispelling, yourself included.
Yeah, it's just it's difficult because it's a 9th level spell.
Right.
So, it's
You
not
gotta
really-
are
find
gonna
somebody who can spell it, who can cast it at a reasonable cost.
Lucas, I mean, you do know you could physically disguise a person, even like almost permanently, if it's with a well done. I mean, you've been around enough theater nerds. Like the College of Glamour is all about that, and so changing someone's coloration is not hard to do with the right kind of makeup, and it can be somewhat permanent. It would just need to be reapplied and maintained. But that is also an option. It's just it's a less drastic option, and it has its obviously there are drawbacks and everything else to that, but it's a less intensive way to go. And changing the coloration of some of the scales, you've probably seen it done.
Yeah.
More than likely, the most common dragonkin you would have ever experienced in an old Karoon would be brass. Brass tend to be very much outgoing, and they're the ones that are the most friendly for the most part. They're also fire-based, so they wouldn't mind being in the desert. You probably haven't seen many bronze just because bronze tends like to be like coastal areas and stormy places because they're lightning based. So you've probably seen some brass dragons, and they more than likely would have changed their coloration for performances and such like that, which they could do with this guy's self or whatever. But there's also physical ways to do it. So just keep that in mind. Scale paint, eventually.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, trying to find someone who's going to cast a 9th level spell is not going to be easy.
Well,
No, it's not.
we
But like,
know that, pretty much sure that Janan and Nils both are as skilled as they could possibly be in that when it comes to magic. So they're
That's an
basically
option.
20th level, aren't they?
mhm.
Give or take.
Does I don't know, does food polymorph go if you get dropped to 0 hit points?
Not
Well, if
it
it's
only
permanent.
only up until the spell's duration is maxed out. So as I said, the spell lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0. If you concentrate to the full duration, the spell lasts until dispelled. So at that point, it no longer drops.
Yeah, so it'd be one of those things that we have to, if we're going to make it a permanent thing until it's dispelled, we need to find somebody who can do it and concentrate for an hour. Or, I mean, you could try and paint every one of my scales. But how long does that take? And, like, will it come off with sweat? Or,
Dragon can
I
don't
don't-
sweat.
And scale, you don't think you sweat through your scales?
No.
I mean, in that case, will prestidigitation not change Sora's colour?
Only a foot section at a time, and only for an hour.
Right.
Yeah, disguise
Right.
itself would be the way to go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, if you can free up an attunement slot, I have the Hat of Disguise. I know that that's not going to be like...
I have a bracer that does the same thing.
But it only
But you can only
only
use
has
it,
3
was it
charges.
3 times a day?
Right?
Yeah.
Whereas
The
the
hat
Hat
you
of Disguise is at will. You can use it over and over every hour if necessary.
Mm-hmm. So then comes the problem of, what do I take off to put that on?
Oh, why don't we go and see Nils and Janan and see if they can help? And then see where we go from there.
Okay. What time of day is it now?
I'm still sitting there looking at Satara.
At this point, probably as you've been talking for a while, some food we brought for you is probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock.
If
Yeah,
we're
the
going to
couple
bug them, we should probably bug them soon or in the
Won't
morning.
even drink good ale. How can we
Janan-
trust you?
I
Janan
don't
did say
drink.
she was. So Janan did say she was working on the whatever you'd asked her to work on. Didn't tell me
Oh,
what
the
it was.
bracers! Yes!
I will.
Did she say
I
how
will
long?
drink that swill you call elven wine if you drink my great dwarven ale.
Did she say how long it was going to be on those bracers?
She didn't, did she? No.
A week or two, is what she said.
Oh, a week or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Maybe more if they run into complications, less if they make a breakthrough. So yeah, it's they can't give an exact timeline because it's something that develop.
Depends on how the DM rolls, right?
Yep.
All right. So I guess then we're going to visit people about things.
She
Okay.
needs to drink some dwarven ale.
She doesn't need to drink anything. I drink milk or juice.
I'm fine with water, thank you, though.
I'm not
Sorry,
another
no-
bloody teetotaler.
How can
No
we
peer
trust
pressure.
somebody? No, we have one teetotaler already, and she's 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 special.
I don't drink tea. That was Eldon. And Eldon is at home.
See?
So, you want to go and check in with someone for a powerful magical solution? Or you want to, what are the options there? Yes, Grimvar is getting more and more that no one will drink his dwarven ale. And so,
I'll drink them both.
yep.
Matter of fact, I drink everybody's drink at the table except her milk.
I paid in mine.
Wow.
I didn't really. I just wanted to
Good
say
trick.
that to her.
Good trick.
Yeah. Alright, I guess we can try a magical solution first. And if it's either too expensive or can't be done, we can always hit up the alternate route.
Yeah. I mean, there's. All right. Then in that case, we will duck out of the tavern there, having the five of you now. As you head back out into there, I would say definitely a different feel to this place. Sutara, one thing that you'll notice that this very, very different is the fact that this is a very vertical city. There are like the shortest building around you is probably 4 to 5 stories tall. There are some that are the building right next to the tumble tankers you about there is a large, blocky looking 9-story building. It seems to be it has the Copperhead Inn over top of it. Right next door to the tavern that you were in. Everywhere you look, there are buildings, and in fact, when you stepped out of the Ivory Lyceum, that was 16 stories. And there was just a number of other buildings around there. The Ivory Lyceum is the tallest structure in town, specifically. There are lots of other things around as well. So you kind of like find yourself kind of almost, I mean, not full-on tourist looking up at everything.
No,
but it
she's
is,
totally full on tourist.
yeah. So you're
She's
like, I mean,
in awe, looking
yeah.
at everything.
What you'll see here is there are more like devices for flying. In an old Karun, people flew all the time, either in animal forms or using devices or using like basic enchantments or magic to fly around and get around the city there. Some people mounted on flying creatures. Here, there are flying brooms. There are people with flying capes, weird flying helicopter-like ornithopter structures that are flying through the air there. And then you see actual like airships flying overhead there in a couple spots there. So, I mean, it's not like the sky is crowded, but you kind of just see it. Someone going that way, someone going that way, and there's an airship kind of moving across the sky fairly slowly off in one direction there. So, between the tall buildings and the people flying around, there's definitely a different feel to this place. It also feels Nokarun is very busy, but people are having fun partying. There's music. Here's a lot of voices and people going places and doing things. They're very much like purposely moving up down the street where people in an old Karun sort of stroll and take their time, and it's more like people are just like walking around because they want to, not because they have to. So, Grimbar, give me a dexterity check, save. As you're stepping out away.
I just thought we could get Sora tattooed. We'd tattoo all the scales a different colour.
Oh,
Permanent.
That sounds painful.
Grim, as you get up, you end up face planting just as the chair is attached to your legs when you get up to walk out with everybody else. Find yourself like having to pick yourself up and reach down there with a knife and just kind of slice these little vines that are wrapped around your leg,
You're welcome.
attached to the chair.
Grimbar, I think you drank too much, buddy.
I think you've had way too much to drink, little man.
Too many.
And as
Challenge
you head
accepted.
And as you head off for the Ivory Lyceum again, we're going to go ahead and cut to break. So let's take some time, regroup, think about where we're headed next, what we're doing next, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back. The group has just left the Temple Tankard right around here in Port Oris, right around that little section in this there, and are heading over to the Ivory Lyceum, this large tower-like structure over here on Arcane Boulevard. So as it is evening, the last night of Wellfest, so technically, it's definitely picked up. The party has gone into full swing and everyone's going all out. Arcane Boulevard is the mass of noise and people. It's kind of like almost shoulder to shoulder people as you get there. As it's getting before dark. It's still visible. It's still daylight, but it's sort of that the press of people has sort of moved in, and it's just music and sounds and lights and strange little summoned creatures flying through the air and running down the street and doing all kinds of stuff. And it's just up like hundreds and hundreds of people all just kind of moving up and down the street there. Most of the vendors have pulled in their wares because there's just too many people moving around at this point. But there's lots of food and drink to be had everywhere you go. Getting to the Lyceum, there is a reception there. The reception desk is just sort of an older person who's just sort of like glaring at the front doors. This is sort of an older human human man who's just sort of like sitting there just glaring at the front doors there. He perks up a little bit when you walk in. What can I help you with today? I believe I've seen some of you here before. Please, if there's anything I can do to help or get someone for you, please let me know. And he sort of like grumbles like, a bunch of noisemakers, always out there causing trouble and making everyone.
And I'll ask him real
Did I
loud.
hear
What do you
that?
mean? What do you mean, noisemakers? And I'm being real loud. And I start singing something in dwarf.
And yeah, you probably he said it low enough that it wasn't like obvious, but you could all hear it.
And I'm singing something in dwarf
Yep,
obnoxious.
So Grim goes into full obnoxious. He sort of like glares and shakes his head a little bit.
When was he not? Sorry, I must have missed something.
Oh, he did up a few notches.
Mm.
Sora, what were you gonna do, Sora?
I was going to say the same thing, only
Oh.
in common.
Okay. So Sora and Grim, like Sora, probably almost simultaneously, they just sort of like, what? Noisemakers? And yeah.
Who
You just sort of like
call it noisy?
you like, well, like points to the door. All those young people out there running around making noise and ignoring the more important things, like their studies and such. But
Oh,
I
okay. So,
suppose it is a time for a celebration and all that.
Right.
And doing
Uh-huh.
business because Niles
don't
doesn't
like
want our gold.
Did you not do any celebrating when you were a young person? I'm assuming you were a young person at one point.
Never.
Right, that sounds about right.
You're not sure
Dirt Groot calls him Grandpa.
You're not sure if he says that he's never been a young person who's never celebrated. You're not sure which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do for you? You're obviously, if you're just here to get away from the press of people, that's fine. If you want to use the library and such, the services are available. And if you're looking for someone specific, I can see what I can do.
We're here to see Janan, aren't we?
I
I
think.
thought we were here seeing Niles or Nils or whatever his name was.
No.
He knows
Janan.
he's not actually he doesn't actually work here at all. His wife does.
Oh,
Yeah, I think.
so
Yeah,
Nope.
never mind. I don't know
Confronting.
nothing.
you're just along for the ride.
We're here to see Professor Martinet.
Ooh, so titled.
Well, he might not, you know.
Yeah.
Entitled needs more of it.
Well, I don't think she's actually here on the facility at the moment, but I could definitely have her message to see if she's available.
Butcher.
One moment, of course. And he sort of like reaches down behind the desk. There you see him fiddling with something on the desk there, and pauses for a moment. He's kind of like just looking downward away from you for a moment there. It seems that she is available. She'll be a bit of time. She says 10 to 15 minutes or so, roughly. But I will. You can feel free to sit here or wait outside or go up to the library or anywhere else that you have access to. As I understand that you have access to the facility. So, please
Yeah. Go look at some books. Right, guys? Yes?
Books?
No? Books?
Sora only looks at picture books. No, I'm joking. No. Sure. What books did you want to look at?
Just we'll be waiting for Janan to arrive.
Okay.
Uh,
I don't know what books Sora would want to
I'll go
look
look
at.
in the antique books, you know, coins or something like that.
Do you know
So-
what books I would want to look at? Jim, do you remember the books that the guy with Goo Box was making?
the novels, the novel series.
I want to pick up the book and start reading it.
Okay, so you head to the undergrad library, and this library is different from the one you guys were in before, Satara. When you go into here, it's mostly deserted. There is, but there's things happening. So there's a lot of bookshelves, just stacks and stacks, like a whole row of bookshelves there, and they're all sort of curved and in interesting arrangements. There obviously are tables to study at and things like that, but there's nobody in there currently studying. However, you do see that there are books kind of moving on their own, sort of being carried by invisible servants. What you'll notice is that those books being carried, there are white gloves essentially that are holding them, and there is a and there is a sort of an amulet that would be, you assume, based on there, roughly around a figure's neck, and then a set of hands. As the invisible servants here have necklaces and gloves to indicate their presence, essentially. But they essentially just restock shelves, and if you wish to ask for a book, they can go get one for you as well. But the attendant here is actually a young half-elven female. Not sure exactly how old. She does look very young, though, and maybe in her late teens, which even for a half-elf is actually barely into what would be considered adulthood. But she's just sitting there, nose in a book there, looking up. Is like, get whatever you need. If you need anything, the servants can help you. Puts her head back down and ignores you. So you have pretty much the run of the facility for the moment. Sora, you ask for the Eldriana Gomez books. Eldriana Gomez books, and there is there are a number there, and you will see that there are some of them have there's two copies of some of them, and the second, like, one copy looks a little bit older than the other one, but the newer copy all says penned by Morgan Billsley in the front cover there. Obviously, he's been busy making copies for there to have a spare copy in the library. You're able to pick up there, and there are currently on the shelves, currently 14 volumes, all different titles, all different adventures of the artificer archaeologist, essentially, who had amazing adventures and such. You pick out one of the ones, and it's just adventure, and seems ridiculous even by Manatech standards and everything else of today. But seems very fun for the most part. So you kind of delve through some of those. You do see the Runesmith King is there. There is no older version of that book. There's only the newer ones that have been penned recently.
Is there any books specifically written by him, not penned, but like written by him?
No, you don't. I mean, you wouldn't know. He only ever made copies of books.
I thought he was going to try and write his own book.
He might, but it may not end up in the library, depending on what kind of book it is.
Okay, well, I'm going to just pick up the first volume of the new book. I'll leave the older one alone. Okay. And I'll start reading.
Sure. Grim, you check on books about coins? They have
Yeah.
all different.
Specifically, dark magic coins.
Okay. You don't find so much about dark magic coins specifically. It's more of a you find more something more along kind of the history of minting essentially and how they've changed over time.
Mm.
There might be mentions of coins being used as a focus for magic, but not specifically about the coins that you carry in that book there.
Yeah, I'll read that. I'll go along those lines.
I would say just because it would make sense, it's probably written by a dwarf. It's not written in Dwarven, but you definitely recognize the name as a Dwarven name of the person who's the author.
Of course,
Because
makes
again,
total sense.
who's going to have the most interesting coins? The Dwarven Trade Council.
Exactly.
So it's sort of a history of coining, of minting, essentially, and how things kind of came to be to the current standards and everything else. So a bit dry, but good information nonetheless.
It's
There.
informational.
Well, it's obviously it's just the strange thing, the fact that the coins now, coins used to be minted in actual metals, where now they're just sort of a steel slug with a dollop of a metal in the middle that makes up the different denominations of coins. You don't actually mint a coin entirely of silver, gold, or they don't even make platinum coins. So the platinum coin you're holding is extremely unique.
I actually have coins.
Mm-hmm.
We actually found some
Old coins, yep.
old coins. So
Yep.
yeah. That's what I'm going to be messing with until she gets here. I'll be
Sure.
reading into that.
Anything else anyone else wants to look into specifically?
Sutara will find a book about animals.
Okay. There's a number, quite a number.
Boring.
There's quite a number of different tomes, flora and fauna of various regions and such. One that would probably stand out to you, a little bit at least, is animals. A book on animals of the Dreadmire. You kind of say that there. The fact that it does go into all the different types of creatures that are there. Not an exhaustive like catalog of everything, but just sort of talking about the lost creatures that live only in that region as far as anyone's aware, and basically describing dinosaurs and such and things like that. Yeah. Anything else?
I'm going to be pretending to be looking at books, but actually kind of following Sutara, but not like really, really close, but just close enough to just see what she's reading, look at what she's up to, and just keep an eye.
Satara, give me an insight check.
You're going to make me roll stealth.
No, you're not trying to be stealthy. Not really.
16.
I mean, you spot everyone kind of doing it, but you notice that you kind of you catch a couple times that Amethyst sort of like turning away from looking at the books in front there, as you look over in your direction, and then just sort of like do this sort of like, oh no, what's up here, not like
Just
blatant, but yeah.
Sutara's too interested in the
Sure.
strange and amazing creatures of the material plane to pay much mind.
Yeah, so you notice it, but doesn't have any warning bells or anything else for you. Anything for you, Lucas?
He's just looking at books on magic items and
Okay.
sifting through the like the magazine.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. It's so much a catalog. It's sort of like more like sort of like the basics of enchanting kind of thing like that, and some of the typical things you find enchanters will do as sort of like the beginning things and items and such. Noticing that a lot of utility items and such things like wands of detect magic, wands of detect secret doors, and lanterns of revealing and stuff like that. There's sort of like those utility items, ever burning torches, that kind of stuff. Discusses the hints at obviously more powerful things that are out there, but the book doesn't go into detail about them other than saying that they sort of exist. Yeah. So as you spend some time there, you realize it ends up being a lot longer than 10 to 15 minutes before Janet finally does show up there. Um, and when she does, she is dressed very differently than you saw her before. She's actually dressed in very well, she was before in sort of formal, like wizard type robes. Um, and she's dressed very informally, just sort of like tunic, pants, um, comfortable boots, and her hair kind of done back. Before it was sort of this sort of like kind of the librarian bun kind of thing, where now it's kind of pulled in this back into this like swept back braid kind of thing that kind of falls down over her shoulders there, kind of a pale blonde hair she has. Um,
Don't get
well,
all dressed up for us. Good lord.
well, I was just out with Nils and Danlin, but I know they got got caught up in playing with the toys at the Eldritch Arena, and so I just wanted to get away from the noise for a bit. So it's nice to see y'all. I hope you're having a good evening doing research on the last night of Wellfest. What's wrong with you people?
We're looking to possibly true polymorph me.
She kind of blinks for a moment. Excuse me?
I know.
Yeah, we need something better to look at.
We're
Okay.
we're looking at going into a place that I cannot go, so I need to be.
A dwarven tunnel.
No. We're going to Drakal, and I kind of need to not look like me. I need to look like Braun. Dragon.
Right. Well, let's just say I'm not currently prepared for that, let's just say. I might be able to find someone who is.
We're not looking at leaving now, right?
Okay. So
Right?
you want
We're waiting for a little bit, guys.
well, there's no ship here yet. It'll be here.
Yep.
It may be here tomorrow, you're not sure.
Okay.
Oh, of course. I mean, well, I can arrange something definitely. If you're not looking to do it right now, I can definitely arrange something. Let's see here. I mean, let's just say I can do it technically, but we have someone on staff who's a little bit more inclined in that way, an actual transmuter.
Okay.
Transmutation
And
specialist here.
Are they?
Hmm?
Are they? What's the word Sora's gonna look for that won't offend anybody? Able to keep their mouth shut?
I mean, I don't know if telling anybody would serve anybody in information there. I mean, just changing someone's appearance.
Right.
I mean,
But just to the ease of
we can.
mind of my head, yes.
I will just say the individual would definitely not be a problem.
Okay.
The reason I said he's actually probably available right now is he doesn't really have a social laugh at all.
Oh, well, that
I mean,
makes things a lot easier.
I'm sure he's on the premises. In fact, I mean, it's
What's a
just sort of
social life?
I mean, she kind of waves toward the door. The thing that I assumed you'd all have. I mean, there's a party going on out there, so you should go and have some fun. If you don't need anything tonight, then I can definitely arrange something. That's fine. I can when you're ready to do that, I will make sure the person's available. They are quite good at what they do. And I mean, there's a bit of artistry to polymorph. It's I think this person would be much better suited to what you want to have happen.
Awesome. That will work out very well.
All right. So why don't y'all put your books down and let's go out. Let's go back out in the street and have a little fun on the party there. It's the last night before this all ends for the year. And I mean, Harvest Fest is a few months away, of course. That's a very different time. But this is you go out there and have some fun. I think you have some pretty serious times ahead of you.
Okay.
Is she forcing us to go have fun? Is that what I'm hearing?
She's basically, she's like you need to get out of here.
She's ordering us to go have fun.
Yeah, pretty
Mhm.
much. It's like, and then she's sort of like, and you see her kind of like look back at the half of it at the desk. You too. Let's yeah, we're gonna go and shut down here. We're fine.
Okay.
And so she kind of
She's-
ushers you back outside, essentially.
I'm gonna ask her half elf if he wants to come with us. Come and have some fun.
Really? Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'd like that. And yeah, yeah.
But you gotta be
essentially,
really, really quiet.
I can do that. I'm good at
Yeah.
that. I work in a library. I'm good at that. It's
Yeah,
it's
you
one of the best things I can do. And he actually then you see him cast a quick little spell, and you will notice that. Let me see if there's a save involved with this. Just so we double check here. Nope, there's no save. For the next 10 minutes, there is no sound from Grimbar.
Oh no.
Fuck.
This
As he
sounds
casts
great.
silence on you.
Nice.
See, I'm good at silence.
Before we leave, can I ask Chinan, are we allowed to take these books with us if we bring it back when we come back to town?
Not usually, really. But I mean, arrangements can be made. So yeah, if there's something specifically you're looking for, I think we can definitely, we can make arrangements around that. Especially if there's more than one copy. That's part of the reason we need to make arrangements. If there's a copy of the book already, then we can definitely let one go for a while. I'm a little bit concerned because, well, I mean, there's always a chance. Very, very slim, I hope, that you won't be able to return it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll definitely be able to return
And
it.
I'll start
I mean,
nodding and pointing to her to point
at least one of us.
Okay. Well,
I don't need to take my book.
I
with
can't
me,
hear
but-
that though, correct?
How about
yeah, you
if we
get
promise?
no sound can be created or reach someone inside the sphere. Yep.
How about if we
Yes.
promise to leave it on the airship, and then, if anything happens to us, that the crew on the ship return it in
Mhm.
our stead?
Look, I trust you. It's fine. I mean, if that's something you need, we can make arrangements around that, and sure, especially any from the undergrad library. I mean, that's fine. The graduate library is a little bit more sensitive nature, of course. But that's just a matter of making sure that we don't suddenly have information lost to people that need it.
I'm gonna telepathically say to her, can I take that book on animals that the young lady was just looking at?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. So she says, "Go ahead," and you gotta run back in there and grab the book and
Mage
come
hand.
back out.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
I'm not
30
running
feet,
anywhere.
basically. Yeah. So, yeah. So, you got 30 feet away. There it is, and yeah, it's still sitting where it got placed. They haven't put it back on the shelves yet. So you just grab the book and bring it to you, and no problem.
I noticed that she was quite reluctant to leave it behind, so I wanted to take it so she
Sure.
can look at it on the airship.
All right. So,
Ooh, before we leave Port Oris,
mhm.
we got to go to the bank.
What? Why?
We got to add Grimbar and Satora to the bank ledger.
Oh. There you go.
I need you guys to both understand something. I think the owner, I'm pretty sure it's the owner of the bank, is a beholder. So,
Just the bank manager, please.
bank manager, got it. He's a beholder. So, don't freak
Well,
out
a
when you
beauty.
see him.
And the bank is also a temple of Zilkas, just the god of commerce. So
Mhm.
there is that as well.
Yeah.
Um, which happens to be, I believe, it's this building right here. In fact,
Uh-huh.
it's kind of on this corner over here. So obviously it's not open tonight. I mean, it's not a 24-hour
Obviously.
thing. So you can definitely
Before
check in
we
there.
leave.
Yeah, Jeanette sort of looks at you like, that's not common knowledge, you know. And the half elf was just like,
well, well, it's not common knowledge, but if they're going to be in our group, they kind of should know it, don't you think? Well, I mean, your person, yeah, could have
He's like,
probably waited.
wow, I didn't
You
know
should
that.
definitely let Grimbar know because, you know, he might have a tendency to try and do his little thief thing while he's there, and he'll just stand up being wiped off the face of the earth if he does. So,
I can't hear a word anybody's saying.
Yep,
so.
yep. Yeah,
Yep.
you can hear a thing there. So you see people talking, you can't hear a thing.
Oh,
As
no,
you,
hold on. You'll probably see Sarah go.
that's weird.
Flappy, flappy
Wow!
eyes, yeah.
He gave me the finger on both hands.
Wow.
So-
Wow.
as you exit the building there, the half elf drops the silent spell, and all of a sudden, all the sound hits you like a wall, Grimbar. Like it's like you're literally stepping out into the crowded street there. The total press of silence suddenly just drops away, and you're like, it's all the noise hits you at once.
Wow. Well, you just, and I thank him. I said, you just made me think about something. I have Nils trying to do something for me, and if he does it that way, it won't work for me.
Well, I'm happy to be of service. Have fun, everyone, and we'll see you again sometime. I hope. And he goes running off the street.
Oh, bye.
I'm sure he's got friends to go talk to. So, have a great evening here. I'll meet you tomorrow at some point there, or whenever you're ready, to make that switch, to make that a little bit of a change. We'll make sure that's available for you. Have a good night, and get some good relaxing time in. Have some fun.
You too.
As you're kind of moving along there, Amethyst, you suddenly get tackled from behind.
Oh, good.
As you turn and see, as you kind of untangle yourself there, and you all see this happen, like it's something that just came out of nowhere and hit Amethyst from behind.
Eva.
Didn't knock her down, but just and you see Elia.
What? What are you doing here?
Well, I'm not going to let you just run off and do whatever he's going to do here. The ship's still a day away, and I just decided to fly ahead. And you see essentially Elia is dressed in your very typical kind of greenish leather, kind of travel cloak, kind of like that. And you realize that, seeing what you saw, there was probably her falcon form essentially just rocketing in at full speed, and then she just kind of changed in midair as she impacted with Amethyst there. Not quite hard enough to knock you down or do any damage, but enough to kind of send you almost sprawling. So, I mean, you're just gonna run off and leave us? I mean,
No, of
I know we
course
can
not.
talk and all, but
Yes.
We've been talking
So-
this whole time.
I know, but it's different. You know that.
Yeah.
Talking our whole lives. So, come on. And so she like takes her hand and looking around like, who's that? Pointing to Satara.
This is a new friend. Her name is Satara. She may or may not be Lucas's wife.
Wait, what?
That's
Wait,
to be
does Linder know?
No, I'm definitely not Lucas's wife.
Oh,
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm Elia Fairwood. I guess Master of Forestry and druidic nature things in Raven's Crest?
An
In the
archdruid.
region? An archdruid? Stop.
You kind of are now.
Well, I mean, the title, sure, but not the power level yet. Someday, maybe. But nice to meet you. Yes, and so she's sort of like a little bit awkward for a moment there. And, so how long have you been traveling with these folks? Not long, I presume, since she hasn't told me.
Just met up with them today, actually.
Oh, well, good luck.
Exactly, is that supposed
Frighten
to
the poor
mean?
girl.
You know exactly what that means. How many times you've been beat up and bashed down and things you've fought and everything else. I've heard all about it, you know.
No, see, then you
Attacked
didn't
by
tell her the
random
best
druids in the
part.
street.
You did not tell her the best part. The jumping off of the airships. That
Of
is
course
the
I
best
did.
part.
Of course,
I did
told
hear
her.
about that. That's why you have the boots now, right? Uh-huh. Of course, yeah. So, and so essentially, as you're kind of on Arcane Boulevard, kind of moving around there, what's next here?
I'm going.
Yeah. So, which way are you going? Where are you headed? Let's say that there. The people on the street there are just sort of like milling around. It's not like you can't move. It's just that it's very things are happening. People are moving. As it's starting to get dark now, it is like you can just see effectively like fireworks, an illusionary displays happening constantly in the air around you. The sound of music and people and strange other sounds that are being produced by various illusionary sources are happening all around you, causing pretty much chaos everywhere you look there. Think half carnival and half like block party essentially. Which way you headed?
Sora's going to go find wherever the music is coming from and go dance.
Okay. You will find actually the loudest music there where people are definitely you see actually there's lights going off there. It's almost like a mini street rave. Right on this little corner right here. And it's essentially that whole little like it's not on the main street but just off the main street there. They sort of have it blocked off where there's just people dancing. There is essentially a group of performers. You assume they're using magic, so you assume bards of some kind. Lucas, you recognize the style at least of just essentially it's three guys in just the music
Trench
style.
coat?
I mean, yeah, actually, they're all wearing trench coats there. They have, I mean, each have a weird looking like hat / mask thing that they're wearing that lights up and does things. Think Daft Punk. Essentially,
Okay.
you have, and so they're just standing there, but the sounds are coming from them. Like you can sense that all the different sounds are happening from these three guys who are just standing there, stock still. And just the sound is waving out from them as people are just in the street dancing around there and to the sound.
I am going
to
to.
get lucky.
Yep. I'm going to just find myself in the middle of it all and start dancing.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab Elia by the hand and say, "While you're here, there's somebody I want you to meet," and drag her to the tumble tankard.
Okay. Okay. So they kind of go rushing off the other way. How about the other three of you? Where are you headed?
I'll go find Alindra.
Essentially, you turn to go find her and realize you actually are pretty much like near the shop. As sort of happening there, you go to turn and head toward her, and you see her kind of like just standing there, kind of like looking like like
If I see them, I'm gonna shout, "Hey, Lucas! Don't forget to introduce Alindra to your new wife."
you like looks back. Really? Okay.
all the shenanigans today, aren't you?
I'll also call to everybody that I'll be in the tankard when they want to
Okay.
back up.
Okay. Um.
Hey Jim, I'm
Yeah.
gonna back up a little bit.
Sure.
I want to grab Satara's arm and go dancing with Satara.
Okay. So
Obviously after, Amethyst yelled about how that's his wife.
sure. So Olinda's sort of like looking confused and looking at you and looking at and like what? And about that time, sort of like yoink. Sorry, you get pulled into the dance area there as the music is going crazy. And Lindra's like, so do we need to talk?
Oh my word.
No, it's fine. It was just a joke.
Oh right, okay.
Amethyst always saying how secretive I am, so I thought I'd
Yeah,
introduce Satora.
That's amazing.
Okay. He's doing. Oh, the one there with Thora. Okay. She's pretty. I mean, you could definitely do worse.
Wow.
She's gonna leave like, but you done better.
I know.
Grim, you kind of like at this point there.
I'm watching what's going on.
You say watching what's on there. You see Amethyst and Elia go head off down toward the tanker there. Sora and Satara are dancing. Lucas and Lindra are off to the side there, just talking kind of out of the way a little bit. So you will spot at least, because it's what you can't help but not notice here. You will spot at least 3 syndicate members very carefully watching the crowd. They're obviously on duty.
Is eyes and ears?
Damn, if I wished I wouldn't have used that invisibility already.
Mhm.
I would mess with me some
Yep.
syndicate members.
Yeah, essentially, at one point, yeah, it's one of those things. You don't see anyone shady moving in the crowd trying to steal from anyone. It doesn't seem to be that kind of crowd right now, but they are still there watching to make sure. They do tend to blend in, but you know what you're looking for. So it's not like black cloak, sunglasses, like standing there perfectly like police officers. That's GI. Secret Service kind of guy. More just like they just tend to not meander very much, but they make a good job of blending in and just keeping tabs on things. They're very aware of what's going on, at least. So you spot them pretty easily because you know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And with this, Ellie is very, very pleased to meet Mabel and Perrin. Ironar's not there.
Oh, what a shame.
If depending on how long you say he may show up, I'm just saying he's not there when you arrive initially.
Mhm.
So there's that. But yeah, she definitely is happy to see them. And you don't. She says she's met she's met them briefly in the past, but hasn't spent much time with them. So she's definitely happy to see them and catch up and talk and listen to more music and everything else and have drinks and such. But yeah, Satara, with all of this definitely new experience here, is there anything that's like you're trying to do or keep an eye on or watch out for?
She's trying to watch all the people all at once. Her dancing is more of an awkward side-to-side movement.
Yeah, sort of that middle school dance thing of like okay, I'm kind of moving somewhat to the beat, but not really like getting into it there. You can't help it after a while. You do move a little bit better just because I mean it's just that steady thudding beat there, and you're surrounded by people that are kind of bouncing. Some are just like jumping up and down in time, and some are kind of like doing this very fancy stuff there. So you don't really stand out all that much, really. There's a sort of a varying degree of talent amongst the people there. So you're definitely able to kind of settle in and enjoy. And the people watching is crazy. There are people of all different races, colors, manners of dress. Obviously, people that are using magic, people that are using um, just basically being crazy in a way that reminds you of a typical Starday night in an old Karoon, but just magnified and out in the streets. Anything else anyone wants to do for the evening? Anything to
I'm gonna
accomplish?
go look for the troublemakers.
Okay.
We're not hard to find.
Which ones?
Any specific ones?
No, not in a party. I'm talking. I'm gonna go see if I can find the real troublemakers.
Okay.
Oh, that is
Just
us, sir.
The nearest
You just
mirror,
don't know
then.
yet.
Yep.
Mhm.
The nearest mirror. Right. This is true.
Yeah.
Give me a perception and investigation check. You're investigating the crowd, investigating the areas here.
Jim, I'd like to go and find Sora and Sutara once Ellie is all talked out with the guys.
Sure. Not a problem. I'm assuming they're going to stay there until, for at least a little while. Yep. Let's see. What's that roll here? Investigation. Nice. Grim. What you will spot, because troublemakers that want to like mess with the crowd are going to, but troublemakers are up to other kinds of mischief are going to be up higher, and so you spot. There's a couple of people that are up on the roof of one of the buildings on the main street there, who are very obviously watching folks, and occasionally you see them sort of like gesture in some way as little sparks or energy or little like what little illusionary things go flying through the crowd and just causing people to freak out. And so in terms of like
Distract them.
more mischievous for the most part there until you spot the real troublemaker, as they are using this distraction there. And there is someone using magic to lift things off of people. It's very well done and definitely a coordinated effort. So up to you. While you decide, Lucas and Lindra, are you going to stay with the party or head off somewhere else?
Just stay around the area, yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to do so. Give me a perception check from you, since you're kind of staying in the area there, not in the middle of a dance crowd. And while you're watching there, okay, Grim, what do you want? What did you decide you want to do with those guys?
How far did
Just
I
keep
go?
tabs on
Am I
them?
still in the area that I was?
You're
when I saw
somewhat.
the-
I mean,
the three people.
You're probably like you can. I would say, they are. Probably, you probably had to move about half a block down. It's one of those ones that they're definitely the distraction are obviously like catch the attention of those guys with something, and then the swipe happens, and the swipe's being
Swiper,
done.
no swiping.
The swipe is being done with Mage Hand. This is an
Yeah.
arcane trickster you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of maneuver myself around, keeping an eye out for the syndicate, but I'm also keeping my eye on the. I'm not going to interfere. I'm just positioning myself to get closer to the arcane, the actual thief that's lifting stuff with the.
Okay. All right. What you spot is effectively invisible mage hand. Will just take the item, and the item's sort of like moving in little bits and pieces. Like it's almost like shifting on the ground. Like it'll be like someone's pouch or a pendant or a bracelet or jewelry or something that's something valuable. As they just sort of like move it and then move it and then move it. It's like just kind of like literally like hiding it amongst people's feet as they're walking, to kind of keep it out of view. And then basically flipping it directly into a little space in the shadows there, maybe a box or something. You can see what we're it's kind of flipped into a little dark spot out of view. So definitely well practiced in what they're doing for the most part here. Lucas, with a 23, you will spot, if you're still kind of in the area there, you see Sora and Satara dancing over there, but then you will see among the crowd, sort of on the edge of the dance, of the dancing area there, is a young woman, plain looking clothes, kind of messy blonde hair, and you absolutely recognize Delia. She's obviously not dressed up. She's looking very normal, looking almost like you saw her originally. And you will see also that, because what caught your attention the most there is that on the edge of the dance area there is that little rag doll kind of flopping around there in time with the music and everything. You don't see anyone watching her specifically, but you spot her.
I will have a look around, see if I can see anyone watching me.
Give me one more perception check then to see if you spot anyone. As you're kind of searching the crowd for something. Okay.
No, check.
So you will spot obviously two people that are guards in plain clothes. You just see the bearing there, and their attention is focused in her direction. Like this person's like standing there, kind of like on the side there, like he's not staring at her constantly, but his gaze is going back to her often enough that he's keeping very close tabs on her movements there. Same with the one on the far side there, similar to that. You will spot what you assume to be probably the same syndicate people that Grim noticed. They're just kind of like also blending in and keeping an eye in general on everything going on. And then you will spot just barely, kind of between two of the buildings across the street, a shorter figure who's, well, short because they're standing, you can see something because they're standing up on a barrel. They can see up over top of the crowd. Or maybe it's a set of boxes or something. You can see up over the crowd there. You can definitely see what's going on there. And it has a very straight view of where she is as well. Just dark cloak there. Again, the only reason you spot them is because it is a dark cloak placed in a darker spot sitting on some boxes, which has got out of place. As a couple of like flashy lights go off there, you just see them illuminated briefly to spot it.
I can't see his face at all then.
No, he's got the cloak pulled up there. You assume, you described there, he'd also be wearing a mask or something like that. So the cloak over a mask there. So even you could see, all you could probably see is just his eyes, based on which you've been described or spotted in the past. I don't think you've actually seen them directly. It's like somebody else who saw them. So this is the first time you're seeing, like, the size and all of that. So,
yeah, no, I will. I'll just leave it alone.
Okay.
I thought she might have sneaked out on her own then, but now I notice all the guards and everyone watching her.
Yeah. At first you're like, oh yeah. They're not making it very obvious they're watching her, but you spotted them, and then definitely spotted the. So yeah. Yeah.
Like the Duchess would
Um,
ever let that happen.
um. Actually, let me make a roll. Okay.
Do a barrel roll.
Lucas, as you start taking note of that and looking around there, there'll be a voice. Obviously, it kind of whispers in your ear. Obviously, a message spell, the message cantrip, or something very similar to that. And he says, "No, she's never without protection."
I'll just reply. Yeah, I was just checking.
It's just a no more word, but just a soft chuckle. And then enjoy the festivities. No clue where it's coming from. There's no sense of declaration. It's just a voice in your ear. And Alindra didn't react to it.
Yeah.
So Grim, we'll come back to you for the moment there. Is there anything you want to do? Having spotted all that, we're gonna let it go.
I'm gonna try to go back to where he's flipping it up, and I'm gonna use my ring of X-ray vision and see if there's anything in the wall or anything I can see.
Effectively,
they're throwing it into.
It's not so much that he's like it's going. Essentially, he's got like a box kind of stashed into the deep into the shadows. And so the X-ray vision doesn't really help because you can't really pierce darkness that way. But you kind of move it.
I could see in the darkness. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything like anybody on.
Well, what I'm saying is that essentially it's a box on its side that's open in the shadows, and when you maneuver to a point where you can actually see into the shadows clearly enough, you can spot the box there. So basically, it's flicking things into the box, just kind of like into the shadows and out of sight into the box. It's a small, like maybe about like maybe 2x2 wooden box by the look of it. And
is there anything in the box?
Oh, yeah, there's
that I can actually see.
Yeah, there's stuff in the box.
Throwing it into a dimension door.
No,
it's
a box.
Actually putting it into a box.
It's a box. Yeah. You can spot that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go stand. I'm gonna go stand fairly close to it. Just kind of lean up.
The box. Okay.
Yeah.
Watching him as you stand by the box there, you can just see him sort of. Yeah, the guys they're across the way, obviously. So as you stand by it, you just kind of see him kind of like surreptitiously, but not so much, like glancing over your direction, like watching to see what you do. And obviously nothing else is happening for the moment because you're standing too close to the box. Just like kind of.
And I'm going to stare right at him and smile. I'm going to stand right at him and smile.
Just watches you. He sort of glances around like, is there anyone else watching for the moment here? And if you don't do anything after a moment or two, he will just walk up to you, reach down and pick up the box unless you stop him.
No. He's not going to pick up the box. I'm going to say, how you doing?
Just fine. Yeah. Reaches down to pick up the box unless you stop him. He's like,
nope, I'm going to stop him.
Okay.
So I'm going to take him to the syndicate and see what kind of.
Okay. Give me. So you going to grab him or what's the plan here? Because he's not just like walk with you to the syndicate there. He's like, this guy's obviously a rogue. He's got some skills.
Yeah. Oh, you said he's with the syndicate?
No, he's not going to walk with you to the syndicate.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, so like
I'm gonna try to knock him out.
okay, so you go ahead, give me attack. Lucas, rolling on that 29 there, you will, because it kind of happens not a little ways down the street from there. And since you get the 29 there, you kind of hyper aware at the moment there. You will spot Grimbar because he's not trying to be subtle at the
How do
moment.
I want to do it? I'm gonna hit him with the pummel of my sword, daggers. I'm
Go
not
for
gonna
it.
hit him with the blade yet.
Sure, you can say, just make your attack non-lethal. That's fine.
Just it's a flat roll, right?
Yeah, make an attack roll. You still use your weapons, so you make your attack roll.
And I have 2-weapon attack, so I can attack twice, right?
Yeah, if you attack the bonus action. Yeah, 21 definitely hits, obviously. So you smack him once, twice.
Oof.
Oh no. Roll sneak attack on one of them because he wasn't expecting you to attack him.
Damage. Flat roll. No, I just got to do the. It's not doing that for some reason again, but
And
it's
just roll
six-
your, was it 66? Yeah, go for it.
66, right?
Yeah. Lucas, you see the daggers flash out there, across the way as you see there, as the Grim just like clubs the guy in the head.
And it's
Just roll, just roll 66. That's fine. There's no plus on the other sneak attack. Ooh. Okay, go ahead and roll the offhand attack there too while you're at there. Roll that damage as well because you're hitting him with the offhand as well.
Oh, now it does it. So it's just a 4.
Okay.
It's not a sneak attack, right?
Not the second one, no.
Yeah.
So I would say, yeah. So essentially, you just bash. The blade kind of flip it around here so the pommels are hitting him on either side of the head there, and his head just kind of goes back and forth, and he just like staggers back. He wasn't that high level. Yeah, he just like literally staggers back away from you, kind of like into the shadows a little bit there, and just drops to his knees and falls over. You just knock him out. Just
Well, I'm gonna quickly step into the shadows and kind of look up to the roof, make sure I'm not being targeted by arrows or something else.
The two guys up there, you just kind of see them sort of disappear as they run.
Okay.
Like they just they look over the edge there, and you just see them kind of retreating, like just taking off.
Okay. Now, is anybody else coming?
There's people around. I mean, no one's like running up to you at the moment. No.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, you were kind of off the side of the way there. Let me just see if anyone spotted that. You will see at least a couple people in the crowd are kind of looking in your direction, like, what was that? But they're not like, running toward you or anything else. It's more just like,
I'll look at you. Steal from me, will you?
okay.
I'm gonna blow it off as that.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Lucas, you will see the somewhat, I wouldn't say obvious, but you see a syndicate member peel off and like, move that direction. Like it's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on what's going on.
Okay. Grim, there's a moment there's we have a problem here. And you turn to see kind of a one of the guys you spotted earlier, just standing there, kind of looking, sizing up the situation. He's not got his hand on his weapons, but I mean, they can get it out quickly if he need to. He's sort of looking at you. Is there a problem?
I'm assuming he's going to be. I'm automatically assuming he's a syndicate. So in Thieves' Cant, I'll say you need to check in the box.
Well, I think that you've done a fairly nice deed here. Kind of looks at the guy on the ground. Well, we can take it from here if you want to go on, concerned citizen.
You know how to find me when my payment is rendered.
He's sort of like
Oh.
he actually, and he actually pulls out a small pouch of coin and just kind of tosses it to you.
And
Yeah.
I'll snatch it out of air
Yep.
and just keep on walking.
Yep. 10 gold. Standard snitch fee essentially.
There you go.
So
And then
yeah,
just keep on walking.
Yep. So as at this point it's like because you see Sora and Satara sort of like sideways shuffle back and forth as they're yelling to each other over the music.
Oh, we are not sideways shuffling. We are
Well,
ugly girl dancing. That is what we are doing right now.
Well, if you're having the conversation, I mean, it's sort of like, yeah, okay, it's fine.
We
so,
can do both. We are
yeah.
very capable of that.
What is that?
What is ugly girl dancing?
It's the monkey with hips.
Oh.
She's got one arm like helping me be dancing. I'm like,
Yeah.
What's that movie that never mind. I'm having an Alzheimer's moment.
So we have about this time after all this, Lucas Olendra's like, let's go, come on. He pulls your arm here to head over to one of the cafes or serving some food and such. Let's sit standing around here all night. Let's go something to eat. As she drags you kind of off in that direction there. About that time, Amethyst, you come back to see Sora and Stara sort of like probably winding down after a time there. Pretty good constitution, so you're in pretty good shape to kind of keep dancing for a while. But you'll spot them in the dancing area where you kind of left them initially. As they seem to be talking and such, and still dancing. Elliot, with you were still back with them. You grab them and take them back?
Definitely bring her to dance with her.
Okay. So Elia sort of like, well, may as well. And so Elia and Amethyst kind of move in to dance with you guys as you're kind of winding down here. And so the evening will kind of continue to a point. Actually, since the four of you are together temporarily, Grim, you can kind of see, and you're kind of still in the region there because you've kind of gone off a little ways down the road there. You will spot Danlin. It's not hard to spot him considering he has this his bronze flying, like levitating harness and kind of moving through. People kind of getting out of the way of him as he's sort of like floating down the street essentially. But with Danlin is Nils' son. He has a from the waist down has this like a very elaborate harness essentially that allows him to levitate and kind of float along and move along that way. He's actually paralyzed from the waist down, and so he's able to move around with this device here. He's actually been working at the Mystic Menagerie with Alindra. You probably spotted him at least a couple times there, but he's just kind of floating along there. And with him is a woman probably in her early 20s. See, I told you they'd be here. And he kind of waves at you guys here. He gets to the edge of the crowded dancer. He's just like, I can't really go in there. As he's sort of like hovering on the side, they're kind of waving you over.
Is he waving to us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we'll shuffle over that way.
Okay, so you kind of move on over there. Hi. I thought I'd find you around here. Is everyone? Oh, he's like, Hi, waving to Elia and Sitar. Um, hi, Thor, Amethyst. Uh, my dad. Well, you asked about a mechanic for your ship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we did.
This is Tajay. Tajay. She's one of Dad's students. She's looking for some work. And you see sort of she looks human, brown hair. Um, uh, young, definitely. Um, tan
Mm.
skin, blue eyes, and she's wearing basically overalls, kind of thing like that. So she's wearing so it has sort of like it's got it got a few extra pockets in it. There's stuff stuck in it there. She has a bit of a little smudge of dirt on one side there. I mean, she's just and you see she's got tucked into her belt this long. Um, it's very similar to what Eldon used there. The tool, every all-purpose tool that Eldon had. Very
Oh,
similar to
nice.
that. There's sort of a metallic rod that has a bunch of little buttons and stuff on it. And so it's just kind
No,
of tucked into her belt.
you can tell the truth. That's your girlfriend, isn't it?
He kind of just goes beet red and like, no, he's a little too young for me, really.
He's only like
He's
15, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like,
He's in him.
no,
Good lord.
I think his parents would kill me too. No,
No, they wouldn't do that, would they?
Might be a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, you're
mean-
probably right.
they're kind of scary, really.
Nah, they're
I mean-
lovely.
Yeah, Nils is pretty great. But I understand you're looking for work, looking for someone to do work on an airship.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can definitely do that. Some friends of mine actually, you know them. Sigrid and Starla.
Oh,
They
yeah.
yeah, we trained together. They're a little bit ahead of me, but I was doing some of my internship stuff at the shipyard there a little bit off and on. But I've been looking for work ever since then, and kind of wanted to see about finding something to do, and a chance to get out and do some things, and see some things, and work on some things, and really I appreciate the chance. I think there's a lot going on. I can do I can make my own tools whenever I want, and and
That's
I
really
have.
useful.
Yeah, and she sort of like gestures all of a sudden there, and a wrench appears in her hand,
Nice.
and like and she kind of just waves her hand and it disappears, and the hammer pops out of her hand there, and then I got and she pulls out the all-purpose tool and sort of like fitting some buttons, and it turns into like this little like rotary drill thing, and so yeah, I pretty much carry my tools with me wherever I go. So I can definitely work on. I don't take much space. I'm used to being in small spaces and doing work, and definitely looking to do stuff.
Well, the airship will be here tomorrow if you're available then.
Great. Okay. Do I need to check in? I mean, do I need to interview? Do I need to demonstrate skills or anything else that, or do anything else I need to do to make sure that I get the job and meet the captain and crew and everything, all that other stuff?
Look,
We
I'm pretty
can-
sure you just did the interview process, and you'll meet the captain and crew tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go
Good.
dance and have fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll meet you here in the morning. Not too early though, you know. But
God, no.
Yeah, listen. What time do you get up?
Whenever
if you
I
say
get
5, you're fired.
Right. Listen. Do you
I don't-
have an alarm clock?
up, no.
Good. We're good.
You're hired. You got the job.
And she like gesture and like pulls out like this little like timepiece looking thing, unless I need one for something, but I don't
No.
usually. So
You
she waves
need
it
to break
away.
it. Go break that. We
She
don't.
just drops it and it disappears with little sparks before it hits the ground.
We kind of have PTSD from a member of our party that set his alarm for 5 a.m.
Oh, that's
Um,
terrible. Why would you do that?
I don't know.
This is what we said.
Okay. I mean, I don't tend to sleep much anyway, but that's just more because I don't like to. But I get busy and do things, and so sometimes I won't sleep, and sometimes I'll just wake up when I need to wake up and do things when I need to do things. And so,
So I
okay,
like her.
I do like her. I
Yeah.
do.
Have you ever
She's
thought
tough
about
little
sewing
fat.
like a teddy bear patch on your overalls? I think that would be really cool.
I don't do any sewing really. And usually they're kind of worn out partially because like they're obviously been worn quite a bit. I mean, they're not dirty or but there's definitely some like holes and stuff that are somewhat there. Um, that's not a bad idea. Keeping things from wearing out. I mean, I can do mending, and that. Oh wow. Or they're like gesturing there, like sew itself shut. Like wow, where did that come from? Oh.
You mended it. You cast mending, and that happened. Yep.
Yeah.
I know that one.
I mean, it's useful. I mean, fix things. Have magic to fix things is really helpful. So, so tomorrow, here, there, somewhere, we'll find
Tumble
you.
tankard. Probably better at the tumble tankard.
Tumble tankard.
Sure.
How old
Okay.
are you?
I'm 22.
Yeah, okay. Tumble tankard.
Okay. Yes. All right. So, like grabs down, like kind of spins him around all of a sudden, like whoa. The little platform kind of spins there, like gives him a little bit of shove there. Go find your parents. We're all good. Like, but I'm supposed to. Okay, fine.
You can stay
you
and
gotta-
party if you want.
Sure. Well, I mean, kind of a ladies' night then, isn't it? Okay.
Absolutely.
So she'll get in there and yeah.
All the ladies will want you now because you're dancing with all the ladies. That is how that works.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. But okay. You're like kind of confused and just like there's a head bop like Charlie Brown dancing, just like yep. Okay. So anything else to accomplish for the evening, or just to pretty much have a fun party night and
I'm
Nope,
gonna
that's
go
it.
find Iron R.
okay. It takes a little bit, but you eventually do find him back. Eventually, you'll head back to the tanker there and spot him. He is there at that point. Eventually, the party settles back in there. Tajay will be back. Will stick with you guys as long as you don't send her away. She'll kind of hang out and party, and she doesn't seem to be much into drinking for the most part, but she definitely has a high energy to her that just sort of like doesn't really quit.
Nice.
So,
That's okay because
Your power
don't
and verse
do
can
that.
keep her from being cheerful.
I mean, there is a little bit of that vibe going on, yeah.
Yeah. I'm picking that up.
Yeah. So Einar is there, Grim, when you get there. Nobody else is at the moment, at least. When you get there, it's like, right. Well, good to see you. How you doing?
I just tell him about the little fun I had.
That's always fun to mess with those guys. Anything we need to keep apprised of?
No, I probably just made some enemies, but no.
Okay.
Must be Tuesday.
I mean, I for some reason I hear Amethyst's voice. I don't know what's going on here, but all right then. I mean, it's close of a good week at least.
All he had to do was talk. He didn't have to do what he did. I was gonna see see if he could split it with me, but no. He had to.
Probably not a good idea to split with it. You know, you get all that kind of stuff there. Always comes back to bite you in the ass. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But I still got a cut.
always nice to get a little extra. So, and more drinks appear there. Anything else you anything else you got going on? Are you're not staying in town long, are you? Kind of get the
No, I
impression
think
you guys are leaving pretty soon.
Yeah, we're going. We got a Lucas got married, and
What?
Yeah, Lucas got married.
He and Alindra finally.
Somebody from the astral plane.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Pure white
okay.
elf. I've never seen a pure white elf.
Oh,
Strangest thing I'd
she
ever
was
seen.
in here earlier. That one?
Yeah. I think
Oh,
she's
well.
expecting.
Oh,
Wait,
dear
what?
God.
Yeah,
Man, Lucas works fast, doesn't he?
I
Sheesh.
guess.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know.
good to know.
Not only did he
Well-
get married today, but he's also going to have a kid in a couple.
See what you've done there,
I
Rob?
mean, so, wow. I mean, I didn't
Tara, I
know he was
never
that
knew.
much.
Going to be all over
No
town.
idea
you
he was
know
such a
that,
player.
right?
I mean, I had no idea. But right then,
Well,
each their own.
I would love to have.
Any port in a storm, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would have loved to give him a bachelor party. I mean, a
I mean-
dwarven bachelor party. Yeah.
They are fun, aren't they? Yes.
Yeah.
Well then, let's see. Well, hopefully he'll be in later on, and we'll get a nice round of drinks going on.
Yeah.
Okay then. So have a seat, have fun.
I'd tell him that, and what else? There's. No. That's it. That's all I can think of.
All right then. Still no word on what's messing with the stuff up north. I've been sending up more things up there to see what's going on, but
I can't get
the-
them to go there. We got other
more
pressing
you know,
matters.
I would just say this: you're not the only agents we have out in the field. You're not the only agent we have available to us. So we might send some other people up there if we need to.
I'm your best.
I know, but you're also dealing with saving the world, right? So
And then you stick me with these guys. I got to keep these guys alive to do my job to save the world.
isn't it always that way? I mean, you gotta. And at that point, he's kind of leaning over you, talking to you, and like Mabel is just like glaring at him. Who keeps who alive?
So when you gonna make Mabel an honest woman?
I mean, come
I
on.
mean, she can't trollop across the world all the time. You
He
gotta
would-
make her an honest woman.
He would tear my head off. You know that. And I mean, you want to climb that mountain?
No. That's all
He's like
you.
just glaring at the two of you, just like
No, I'm not good enough for her. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm not good enough for her. And I look at her.
damn right. I mean, you even actually catch Perrin like chuckling softly a little bit there at that one, just sort of like shaking his head a little bit. At some point, the party kind of moves into the room there. You guys find yourselves all in the tavern there. Lucas, how about you? Are you gonna end up doing there, or are you just staying on your own over the evening?
It's not on his own, is he?
I mean,
Yeah, I assume we'll go in the tavern
Okay.
after that to eat. Yeah.
so as they come in there, we'll see. So you guys appear. You guys show up first there. So the three of you and Tajay all kind of head back in there. Still sort of like, and Elia as well. So the five of you all come in, and it's just like, Ironheart like, well, the party just showed up there. I see Lucas's wife there, but I don't see him with her. So what do you think? I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Look right into me
His
either.
girlfriend.
And then a few minutes later, Lucas walks in with Alindra. Like, uh-oh, could be trouble. Does she know?
The whole rumor going around
I
Port
don't
Orange
know.
right
I
now.
don't know.
Yep.
I mean,
I mean, so
Man.
there's not enough room for all you to sit at the high table essentially, but there's tables nearby. You can kind of spread out there and the music is steadily happening in the background there, and it's just kind of going there. It's a little bit different energy. It's just more sort of like it's a little more musical and a little more, but still people are dancing back there. The back bar is pretty full as well. The front area is just people milling in and out. It's just like they come in, grab a drink, say hi, visit, yell a bunch of stuff there, and then run back and go back outside. So it's kind of sort of this constant traffic in and out the door. You just sort of see like almost like chaos. It all has sort of that pub crawl feel going on right now. It's sort of like people are kind of in and out of various places for a few minutes at a time. They're enough to have a drink and then move on. Lucas Alindra sort of like leans over to you, is like, "Is there something I need to be aware of? Because everyone's looking at us funny."
I don't know.
I mean,
And I'll call over Suzette, and I'll yell in Dwarvish. I says, "It's a bachelor party for Lucas."
Oh man. Oh
she
no.
looks
Oh
she
no.
looks at you, Lucas. You understand
Oh,
Dwarven
no.
there.
Oh
She
yeah.
seems to
no.
as well. She kind of looks at you like, "Wait, what?
Oh
Is there something I
no.
need to be aware of here?"
Oh no.
And
Oh, it seems Grimbar's having a joke again.
okay,
Tara's just
okay,
sitting there glowing.
yep. So Tara, what languages did you speak? By the way?
Sylvan and Celestial and Elvish.
Okay, so you hear some like Dwarven being spoken there, and people kind of looking back and forth from you to Lucas, and kind of like, and just sort of like, quite. I mean, you have good insight there. Just like there's a lot of confusion, a lot of like, what's going on here? Anything happening? You do not sense any like hostility from Alindra. It's all amusement. Like she has like she's like not like she's sort of like kind of narrowing eyes, but there's definitely nothing hostile coming from her at the moment. There, you're like,
At the moment.
are you sure you don't have anything to tell me?
No, it was a joke.
I mean, okay. I mean, it's like the third time I've heard it tonight now, and I mean, 3 times a charm, isn't it?
I'm gonna buy Lucas a drink and give it to him and say, just to, congratulations, dude.
And I'll even I'm buying amethyst drinks, and I'm buying Sora's milk even.
Nice.
You'll find that Tajay doesn't really drink much either. You'll have a little bit. She doesn't mind having drinking wine and everything else too, although she's sort of immune to the effect at this point, pretty much. I think somewhere around that level. So there's the place is very lively. You have a lot of fun and drinks. Time has been had. At some point, Tajay will just say, "I need to get some sleep, so I'm out of here. Nice to meet y'all. Oh, by the way, she's like, you, yeah, new ship mechanic. I'll see you tomorrow. Ship be on board.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
What was the name again?
so-
I forgot it already.
Tajay,
Tajay.
Tajae,
Tajay.
Tajay
Okay.
West. That's his name. Yep. So I'll see you all tomorrow hopefully, and have fun. And she kind of like somewhat. She's a little unsteady on her feet, but not to the point where there's a problem there. She kind of like heads outside and off into the evening. Elliot leans over like, "Well, I can see one of the reasons why you like being out with everybody here, because it's a good time."
Yeah.
I got
It certainly is.
I got to be a part of it. And she kind of like glances over at Satura at some point, and Satara. Like
So sorry.
I moved different versions of it in my head. So, I kind of get the impression that's not your normal form all the time. Kind of like, and you see her. She kind of like her eyes kind of shift a little bit to almost cat-like. Kind of this green cat's eye for a moment there, and she just sort of like smile and just gives this broad grin.
Sutara light up and smile. Yeah.
I mean, obviously from different places, but similar power. Let's just say.
Yes, indeed.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's good. That's good. Um, and in
Dwarven, I yell across to Lucas and I says, "Is she pregnant?"
Grimbar, read your messages, dude.
Oh,
uh, uh, so she just um she just like just shakes her head. Next time that guy's
okay.
next time he's getting charged double. That's all I got to say.
That's
Who
not
says
good.
that?
That's
Who says it?
Alindra says it quietly to Lucas.
Oh, he
Um,
started it.
I'll get Alendra a drink too, and I'll just say it's all just in jest. It was just a joke that was
oh, I
made
know.
earlier, and you know.
I I understand, and I mean
I'm
I know
buying
how to.
Grimbar's drinks for the rest of the night, y'all.
Uh
And
He
he's
made a
buying my
promise.
drinks for the rest of the night.
He made a
So-
promise. So,
oh. She's like. Besides, I know how to find him.
Mhm.
you know how to find him.
She's a divination wizard who can cast
Mhm.
scrying. So.
Yep.
uh, I don't usually. Just so you all know, I don't scry on you guys unless there's
Oh, we know.
something. Okay. I I know I can. I just don't. So
We generally know if somebody is trying to. So.
okay. I
Mhm.
mean, it's yeah. There's ways to know at least. I know, but no. I just wanted to say I don't do that. I trust him.
I'll show him my
Not that
dagger.
there's oh that's right. I remember that. Okay.
Mhm.
And let's see, so new person. Well, Satara, I
Okay.
hope you'll be Satara. I hope you'll be very happy together.
Good one.
uh, the evening will pass eventfully. Lots of laughs, lots of drinks. Uh, um, it goes pretty late into the evening. You find yourselves. The party doesn't really stop here, as far as you can tell. Eventually, it does slow down as more people start to go, but the music eventually starts to get softer and less intense. But people are still around. People are still drinking. People are still eating. Um, and you find yourselves eventually getting to the point where you need to sleep, and so you head off to rooms or homes or places to rest. Um, the Copperhead next door has rooms. You've set up rooms there before, and so you are able to get rooms there as normal. Um, and the next day is very much quiet. Um,
He's
as
got a hangover.
varying times. Depending on how
Some
much you
milk?
drink. Yeah,
No, I
sort
said
of. Sort of. I
who
would
had the
guess this.
hangover, not
Anyone
that
who's
Sorawood.
anyone who's had a decent number of drinks, give me a Constitution save. You can decide whether if you decide what you're rolling. Obviously, if you didn't drink any alcohol, you're fine. But
I only had a
okay,
couple.
so that just pretty much just Grim. Go for it, Grim. Yeah,
Grim.
you got a headache. You're not like blah. You're just like, oh man, you can definitely feel it to the point where it's like, oh god, this is. But it's nothing you haven't felt before. You're still coherent. You're still able to move around. It's just that nagging ache that's there. Um, Not too bad though. Like I said, you felt much worse over the years. It was a lot of drawn out drinking rather than the binge drinking all at once. Um,
Not like the night I had to take you to bed, huh?
yeah, that's what happened. What happens? You keep that between yourselves.
No. He passed out drunk, and I had to put him in the bed.
Mhm.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, you didn't. I fell asleep and passed out underneath a table.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then-
And I took you upstairs and put you in bed.
I don't remember that. I do not.
yeah.
I will not confirm that.
Well, you woke up in the bed at least. There's that much. You
I
didn't
don't
actually wake up
remember
under the
that.
table.
I don't remember that.
So the next day, you do get. Okay.
You're not
Um,
pregnant, are you?
Not how dragonkin work.
Definitely.
Not how it works.
It's
It's
not how
not
it not
mine.
works.
It's not mine. Never
Not
happened.
how it
It's
works.
it's not how it not works. I mean, anyway,
No.
we won't get into biology lessons right now. Um,
But any child of mine would rock a dragon outfit. I'm just telling you.
You like my
Um,
outfit? My Mizium plate armor? Oh, it is
Like an
nice.
outfit. You think she's in a costume? You think
Well,
Sora
you know what I
is
meant.
just a person in a dragon suit? Is that what
Yeah.
is going on right now?
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Wow.
so you will get a message late in the morning that the ship will be there later in the afternoon. It made good time. Weather was fine. Ale went pushed things a little harder than she really needed to. But they will be there Saturday afternoon. Delivery will be made, and you guys will be able to essentially, if you wish, take off tomorrow tonight, essentially. Or you can spend some time there. Elia, uh, um, uh, Elia says well, I'll get a ride back. Don't worry. I've arranged some travel. I want Father's the payment and everything else can be arranged. I'm going to bring that back to him, so we'll be fine. Not a problem. But other than that, wherever, obviously, you guys stay safe. You come
Me
home
too.
to me,
I
and
will. Always.
don't go dying on us, any of you. That would suck.
He
Um,
obviously hasn't been around while, we've been
Yeah.
fighting.
Elliot?
Yeah.
And what she did, she was in the fight in Silverleaf Village with you guys.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm, mhm.
Is that the one where Elney almost blew up an entire village?
Yeah,
We
pretty
tried to
much.
take down Okoye the first time and had all of those Yonti, and she was taking half the damage I was taking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mhm.
it was a little rough, and it's
Not great.
yeah. So,
I can,
she will essentially go ahead.
I can say I can send Elia back if she wants.
Oh, that would make it easier. Sure. Let me just make sure. Well, obviously this evening, once the payments were once the delivery is made, we'll make the payment, and then I'll. Yeah, that makes it easier than having to fly back.
Mhm.
I don't mind the flight, but
It's a
still.
lot safer that way and a lot quicker.
Hold on. And then I'll run up to my room real quick, come back down, give this to Iris, and this to Catherine, and this one to Reese.
Wow.
Okay. Sure.
They're wrapped.
But okay. Sure. She kind of like tucks them away in a satchel she has. They're a little kind of bulging out there. I was like, she'll
They're
make
not that big. They're not that big.
Sure.
It's okay.
I want to give her the fang and the claw that we got from the T-Rex when we took it down.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give those to Elia in a little box, little fancy box,
Fancy.
just as a little gift.
Oh, this is fun. She thanks you very much, and throughout the rest of the day, the mood is. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of cleanup happening. There is a lot of people that are obviously in way worse shape than the rest of you. People kind of like staggering along there, trying to shade their eyes and everything else. The ones that are the ones that are some of the ones that are out and about, but the rest you find are out there kind of cleaning up. It's a bit of a mess on the streets. Not terrible, but enough that it's noticeable. And people are just they're picking things up, just cleaning up there and just sort of fixing up shop windows and sweeping out doorsteps and just getting ready for a much more normal looking day. As a lot of the decorations are coming down throughout the day. Along the river, the nonstop party along the river has broken up, and people are like fighting back out um, down the river out to the shoreline areas, um, and it's definitely an atmosphere of much more quiet and peaceful uh, after party kind of thing. Um, you don't see any places where there's any real damage or anything else like that, but there's definitely a lot of cleanup to be done. And then there is a message later in the afternoon that the ship has arrived and is actually going to be up at the river at the dock um, at the airship yard as they're delivering the materials up there. The captain's very eager to see you all. Hopes you're all doing well. Lucas, around that time there, you can open up a portal, send Elia on through. She heads back home. Beginning of this hugging a kiss and saying goodbye to all of you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Definitely kissing all of us.
I mean, she gives a big hug to everybody. She's not kissing everyone else so much there.
Uh-huh.
And then probably even gives Satara a hug as well, just sort of like and kind of glares at Grimbar a little bit. Smile on her face when she does, but just sort of like,
He started it.
Don't mess with her.
Oh, her? No, she's all right.
Okay. I know where you sleep sometimes. I'll make sure there's lots of nasty little critters in your bed if you don't stop. Don't behave yourself.
I think she's telling you not to.
I'll mumble something. I'm not sure what I say or what language, but I'll mumble something.
She just sort of like smiles and one last round of hugs and stuff, and she hops through the portal and heads back home. Tajay is able to settle on the ship, no problem there. She's sort of a little bit like wide-eyed of like I'm on a ship. I'm responsible for this thing. Like this is the first time I've had to like be like the person in charge of making sure that things are working. So, but she quickly like kind of like straightens herself up and starts to like look around like.
I start counting people.
They are all here.
How many people are on the ship?
At this point, let me just let's see here.
20?
No. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crew. 8 crew plus the group of you. So there's currently 13 people and a cat on board.
I just look at the mechanic at this. When we're 500 feet or 1,000 feet in the air, don't let it break because we'll all die. No pressure, but it's on you.
No, I think and to like what did you do to the helm? And like looks up there and immediately goes to work there as the you got this thing, you're gonna tear the wheel off. Oh my god! And you like just see there sort of mending and Ailes just standing back there like looking kind of wide eyed of like, wasn't my fault. I didn't do it. No, me, no way. As
somebody should make her aware that we also jump off flying ships.
We?
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
You have done that once. You're not going to do it again. You have flying boots now.
I've done it twice.
Yeah.
And
we've all done it as well. We all jump off, feather fall down.
Yep.
Yep.
We like to jump off ships.
And now you have a little more sane ways of getting down off the ship, at least. as the ship sort of like goes through its quick mendings and what's that, you're able to kind of resupply, get things going here. The captain's happy to move on. Good to see you all. I appreciate the chance to get a little rest for the crew and everything. So I appreciate the time to get some free time, but getting in the air is a little bit more our speed. So um, let's we're good to go when you are, and I think that heading back to. Are we heading back to Dreadmire? Is that my understanding?
No.
No. Where are we
No.
headed?
So we've changed our minds, Jim. I'm pretty sure Grimbar and Lucas had some side quest thingy that they were doing.
Really?
Huh?
What?
Yeah. Lost jewels and whatnot.
The pirates?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You
I
want to go
think
take care of the pirates first?
I do. I think it'll give us a good way of bonding with our newest member and get some combat under our belt before we go and deal with the murderous chaos that is that mountain.
So when you get to your mum, you don't have to say she's been with us 5 minutes. We actually know her a bit better.
That too.
Well, we're at your disposal at this point, so you want to head. You tell us where, or you tell Hogarth where, and we'll
I
get
have
things.
To go I have to go get an exact area. I have an idea, but I can go talk to Ironar before I leave.
Effectively, Ironar will just essentially what he's told you before is still the same thing. It's like ships up in this region here
Yeah.
have been going missing. A little bit of extra information is that some ships even coming to and from Scarlos have had a problem. So pretty much it's this area.
What is this town here?
That is, they just call it Greencliff. It essentially is a agricultural port for the most part there, but other materials kind of go in and out. It essentially is Coppervale's water trade with pretty much Scarlos and the north, just the northern coastal cities and such. So but it just kind of like sends goods
Why would they be
to and
that
from.
far out? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, they're not. It's this region up here is the problem. They're not here. They're just basically ships that normally would be going along the coast, going north, are just not making it. So they don't know where things are happening.
Somewhere in this area.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's essentially shipments to and from Greencliff are not. Some are not making it.
All right.
So that's
So
the
I
idea.
tell them if that's what we're doing, and this is news to me, but if that's what we're doing, Greencliff would be where I would start.
So it's news to you because I just came up with it when Jim reminded us that you had a mission out there.
So effectively, the captain's like, "Oh, so we're doing the same route as last time. Basically, it's going heading north and then back around south."
Because we love to do that.
I mean, you're paying the bills, so well, actually, the Baron's paying the bills, but we're your crew, so you tell us where to go, and off we go.
How much room do we have for cargo? Maybe we
Pretty
can
good
make some
amount.
money
I mean, maybe it's like if you're heading to Drakal, you're not going to be lugging cargo around everywhere as well.
No, I'm thinking talk to Ironar, find out if he needs anything in that city, and bring it with us.
I mean, he will let you know. I mean, they have shipments already happening. They actually have an airship that travels back and forth from Silverport back and forth here.
All right.
So,
we can head up there.
I'll let you know. So the message is such that yes, you will find out. But with that, as you guys have suddenly decided to change route and head off in a different direction, obviously that can still be.
That wasn't those guys. That was one person.
That was just
Sora.
we meant
was
Sora.
Sora.
Not. She said we meant We changed our minds. It was Sora changed her mind.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, regardless, you do know that you have some time ahead of you, and whether it's going to be dealing with that directly or taking a circuitous route to get there, you do know that things are happening and um, things are en route. So, if you decide to uh, change directions again, Sora, you are still blue, by the way.
We haven't left
So,
yet.
okay.
Just alerting, we have not left yet.
Okay. Well, in that case, you are about to embark out
Mhm.
of Port Oris, still making decisions where you're heading there. There's still the bank ahead of us here.
Mhm.
Um,
We'll get you a
and
shopping list before next week.
sure. In that case,
Jim, I
And
need to
she'll
pick
change her mind 3 times before next week.
up. I pick up my item from Nils as well.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would like to
So-
pick up an item from Nils as well. I've
Okay.
messaged you, Jim.
Okay. I will check them all out here. We'll get that all squared away. Did you message me in Discord? Or, okay. We'll
Yeah.
figure it all out there. We will make sure that everything is arranged for next time. As we either are heading east or north, we'll figure it out. But with that, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see you again next week. As always, with the Tankard, stop by looking for games, looking for DMs, looking for players. And come by the Tankard again. Drinks are on us, and we can't wait to see you again real soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.